Check 1, 2. All right, I'll get right into it. Check 1, 2. Good morning. Got a couple things I got to do here real quick, and we'll get right into it. Miss PX. I got something for, hopefully if Winky shows up this morning, we'll have something for him. Not much has changed this morning. It's the title of this morning's stream. I'm assuming that everyone woke up this morning pumped. The close yesterday looked really good. Oh, I've got that up there. Yesterday's close was extremely bullish. So yesterday I had, first, good morning. See who's here. Let me see here. Yeah, I was off yesterday. I took the early morning off to go back to the orthodontist, but then I came home and the internet was out. It was really weird too because I'm like, they're not going to believe this. I'm like, there's no way they're going to believe this. And so I got home and the internet was out. There was a car accident over on like Telegraph in Detroit. It was on like Telegraph and Grand River or something, and knocked out the internet. And then of course they were like 12:30 will be back on, and then it didn't come back on. Didn't come back on until late that night. But I didn't want to trade yesterday without the internet. I didn't want to trade on my phone. Let me see. So good morning, Hutch.
China's
good morning,
National Health Commission says in the meeting, China reported its current situation of its latest COVID prevention and control.
We've got nonsense Fed speakers, just diarrhea shit thrown on the walls this morning. Morning, Winky. Yeah, I got braces. No, I get bread and water, not the braces. Good morning, Harushi. How are you, Road? Good morning. The market makes big moves. Good morning, Binky. Good morning, Dean. Good morning, Otis. Good morning, Tony. To me, whole lot hasn't changed here in the market, which is kind of crazy because good morning, Sweet Al. That daughter's great. Everybody's fine. It's more just discomfort, that kind of stuff, and then availability to go get some unplanned morning event to get an unplanned morning event to get stuff done. So not a lot changed yesterday either, though, right? We're going to show you a couple things this morning. I want to kind of show you where the market is still. I think we talked about this on. When was it? On the 3rd, 2 days ago, we talked about this. So we're going to talk about it again this morning. And just to try to get everybody on the same page, I saw some people on Twitter this morning. People seem to be in a daze, not quite understanding where we are. And why we are where we are. So we will take a look at that. I'm going to show you some PPO stuff and some PMO stuff at some point. And I'm not quite sure why my charts aren't showing this in the background here. I want to take a quick look here and find out what the fuck is going on. Why I'm not showing this stuff. So we'll do it together. We've got some time. It's 9:17. Sometimes I have these I've got something for you as well this morning, winky face, something for you to look at. I thought I did this the other day with you, so we'll do it together. You guys can do this at home. I'm just going to bring up SPX. This is on a weekly. Actually, we can stay on the weekly briefly. I want you guys to see something this morning. So we can look at IWM. So IWM can sometimes be a lead indicator for the market. So just a weekly moving average, you can see that we've broken below the weekly moving average on small caps. And it doesn't mean we can't go up here, but it does serve as a gentle behind-the-scenes reminder that whenever we break below this weekly moving average, it's cause for concern in the market. It's a simple indicator. We're under the weekly moving average. You know, we can move up from here too. But we do break below this weekly moving average, and we can see some destruction below it. Especially in some of the worst, in some of the uglier times. It's kind of crazy too, right? You see this move here. This is back in 2008. And you see this one weekly bar right here where we kind of squeezed higher real quick. And then we began a vicious move lower on the weekly moving average. And you can see this play out as well back here in 2000. If you were to look on the rut going back historically, you would see the same thing. This isn't showing itself quite yet in the S&P 500, but of note would be kind of spikes higher. We're seeing that, right? Selling into pressure. And I'm going to move into why I'm talking about the IWM today and why it matters. So we'll look at SPX. And what I'm thinking is going on, at least in the background. So we're gonna draw some simple lines here. We're coming into the new year, and at 30, I'm gonna show you the JPM collar once again. This isn't gonna be perfect. I know you guys want perfect. You guys can perfect this on your own. I'll just write it in for you. So we've got March. Got March 31st right here, let's say. Yeah, we got to go to the daily. We're going to stay in this topic here for a minute. So here's March 31st. Excuse me, I'm trying to drink water. Okay, so we got 3060 down here, and we've got short 3060p. We'll make that larger. Guess we can make that larger, 20, so you can see it. We'll make that 4 points right there. Short 3060p, right? Then we've got long 3630p. We're also going to write in magnet, just so you can see it. This is the magnet, okay? This is what we'll hover towards. Remember, you know how we come into the end of a quarter and you're like, oh, we're going to trade right back to the magnet that everybody talks about? There's the magnet right there. This isn't perfect. This should be a little bit higher. We can clean these up later, but you get the gist. And you've got 4065 short 4065 up here. Now, what this is telling you is, or what not what this is telling you, but what the market is doing is this, okay? Is market's basically telling you that as we come into the beginning of the year, you've got a sell, you've got JPM saying, we're going to sell this market above. That's what JPM's telling you. We're going to make this red. JPM's telling you we're going to sell this market above. That's what they're telling you. Like if you get up here, we're going to sell it. If you get up here higher, if we trade like up here, we're going to step right in and start to sell this market down. That's what they're telling you. And in their, at least in their collar. Now they're also telling you that they will buy below down here at some point. They'll buy down here. Okay? So make that green. And they're also telling you that we're probably going to magnet to this area over here. Come end of quarter. It's pretty simple, right? Now, could we go straight down right now? Yes. And then trade blast higher, and then, could the path be something that's just bloodbath down here? Then up to here? Yeah, but that's possible. Do we know we're coming into earnings season and people they're actually buying? I'll show you that later. I'll show you that there's some accumulation going on in here. But what is happening is you're seeing the accumulation for earnings and put buyers not caring. They really don't care. They're like, we don't care if you go up to 4065. I'm just going to place my bets for the quarter. It's going to tamper all of this in here because they know that they don't care if we go up here, because if they miss the opportunity to grab that put spread or that short or whatever in the market, and their view is we're going down here at least at some point in this next 3 months. So they don't care. Placing all their bets right now. You're seeing this tightness in the market right here. You're seeing the IWM small caps leading, saying we're heading down below. It sounds logical. Under normal circumstances, you would expect us to just squeeze up higher. And I still think that we do squeeze up higher. Though, hold on, let me see if I can put a... I always forget where the I don't know why, but on TradingView, I always seem to forget where the path is. There it is. So, likely it's something like this. At some point, oh, hold on, I always fuck this up when I do this with you guys. A double or something like that. Something like this is what you're going to expect. And there are people out there that don't care if we go up high here. They don't care if we start selling now. They don't care if we squeeze. And you remember that, looking at that IWM chart where I showed you that week of squeeze before we went down? That kind of makes sense with here again, right? If we were to do something like this and start to trade lower. Now, we don't always trade where IWM collar goes. In previous years, we haven't. It's not a predictive path. It has been the past year to 2 years. And it's worked for the past, at least, quite well, the past year and a half, I want to say. Somewhere in there, about a year and a half. And so this is what people are predicting. Now, you got a ton of puts coming into the market from retailers. And then you've got accumulation by banks for some kind of an ER move up in different sectors. I'll show you those sectors today. So nothing's really changed. Nothing's changed since Monday or Tuesday. Nothing has changed since Friday. So it's all a matter of taste for you when you're going to put your put hedge on, if you're going to put one on or not. Is it going to be right here? In case we have this quick rollover, is it going to be above up here one way or another, retailers are out there placing their hedges now. We saw the selling into strength on the 2nd, 2 days ago, and we saw it again yesterday. Now yesterday's Fed meeting was, if you remember the last live stream that I did with you, I said I'm going to leave you with this. If you see anything that is overly hawkish, expect us to start bloodbathing it down. Or not hawkish, excuse me, dovish, to see us start bloodbathing it down. We didn't get a hawkish, or excuse me, a dovish Fed yesterday, and so we got the Fed that's telling you we're staying the course, right? So we didn't see a bloodbath from a dovish Fed yesterday at all, and you're going to be expecting that when the Fed gets dovish, you're going to start to see the market should start to sell off at some point with conviction. How low that is, I have no idea. I'm looking for unemployment myself. But the thought process here is, how high do we go for ER season? We are below pivot right now. Yesterday's close was ultra bullish. If you look at an hourly from yesterday, this isn't showing up right now, but yesterday, as we went into this close yesterday, that blue line came up. This is the blue line you want to be seeing. We were blasting above the green line right here, and it was looking amazing yesterday. Now, not so much, right? When I looked at the close yesterday, I didn't trade it. The internet still wasn't on. When I looked at that close yesterday, I was like, man, this is gonna be a good overnight. It's gonna blast, and they just sold cash market yesterday. So are they looking for some liquidity to go up? More than likely. So we're at the 3. Let me see if I can get the SPY to calm down a little bit here. And the other thing of note today would be the range expansion. You're going to expect larger moves. I meant to bring that up with you this morning as well. We have range expansion, so you'll see these $1, $2, $3 moves. 10-point moves will be nothing with range expansion today. Now I've got something special for Winky. I'm going to show Winky here in just a minute. Winky, did you get a chance to see Larry Williams? I didn't get to watch all of him yesterday or this morning. I saw his video at like 7 o'clock this morning. So I've only made it through half the video at this point. So we're going to talk about Larry Williams. This is for any of you with the TLT trade. In the gold trade, I'm going to give you a couple things this morning. So we're going to talk about gold. I got something cool for you. This guy Larry Williams, man, he's got so many nuggets. First he was complaining that he's not a guru. And I'm like, he's not a guru. I'm like, no one calls it. He's like, people email me and call me a guru, and I'm like, he's not a guru, just a really high probability trader, which is what you want to be. This is what you're kind of aiming for. So this is gold futures. If you can see this here, I typed in gold above on TradingView, and I'm clicking on gold futures. And we're just going to look at gold futures here. He had this really cool indicator they used. And then we're going to look at options interest. Options interest. Wait, with an S. Hold on here. Not options interest, open interest. And I was able to find the indicator on TradingView, and it was really cool. This is the daily open interest indicator. And it was really cool because I was able to find, this is really cool. I was able to find spots. See this low here. And I was like, this is a great indicator for gold. This is a daily chart, and it seemed to work really well. So if you're a gold bug out there, if you're looking to trade gold for short-term holds, it seemed to do really well. And then it even seemed to do really well on long-term holds of gold. You can see right here, right? It's pretty cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is on a daily chart. And then on a weekly chart, let's see if I can clear all the drawings here. So this is a open interest indicator on gold futures is all it works on. Doesn't work on GLD, but it at least gives you a target for when to start longing when you see this happen. You can see we're kind of high right now in gold, so you might not want to be buying gold today. But you could probably set a trigger or an alert for yourself. Another cool part is if you look at a weekly, you kind of get the same feeling here, right? We're overbought on gold right now, but some great indicators of when to buy gold on a weekly. I haven't looked at it yet on a 1 hour or anything like that, a 4-hour chart. It's still not ready, right? This is a 1 hour chart. Everything's telling you to actually buy puts on gold today. Is what it's telling you. But I want you to, on your own, go get that open interest indicator. Check out gold, especially if you're looking for a safe trade into 2023. We've been talking about TLT trade, the gold trade, and inflation coming up and down through 2023. This might be one of the indicators you should be looking at for short-term trades, like 1-2 day trades, looking for a bottom in open interest, and keep an eye on that. Go on your own. Like, just stop trading for a moment. Open up TradingView. Go check out GLD future or gold, not good GLD, but GOLD futures as the ticker, and then search for the indicator open interest. And it works awesome. I was stoked looking at it. Yeah, I don't think this is on. Or I think this is. I don't know who wrote this. The open interest. I think this is just a house open interest indicator on TradingView, and it matched up perfectly. So I don't think anyone's written it on TradingView either. I think it doesn't work on every indicator, or that indicator doesn't work on every ticker. It doesn't work on the GLD ticker. It doesn't work. It doesn't have the information, but it does have the information on, or at least the data on gold. Yeah, I'd be looking at that indicator. Like, take a moment, go get on trade. It's free. Just go on TradingView, look up open interest, and it's baller. It's straight baller. Give me just a second here. And I might have one more for you. Give me a second. I'm going to switch over to the 5-minute for you. Hold on here. Yeah, I was looking to see if the was checking the U.S. 20-year to see if this open interest would work on the U.S. 20-year as a TLT indicator, but it's not working on that one. On the 20, yeah, let me see. You've got
composite PMI final, the prior read of 44.6. Again, just to repeat that commentary from Moody's on global oil and gas, says that energy prices and free cash flow for upstream oil and gas sector in 2023 will not reach their 2022 levels.
We've got a bunch of Fed shit smearing on the walls this morning. We've got Bostic saying, despite signs that prices are moderating, there's still a lot of work to be done. The greatest... Hold on a second here. It's been warming up considerably here, so we've got pollen and mold and whatever in the air outside. The Fed's Bostic is saying this morning that does not discuss current policy views in brief opening remarks. He didn't discuss current policy views in opening remarks to the Atlanta Fed Research Conference. Bostic also, officials remain determined to beat inflation. The greatest obstacle to the U.S. economy is inflation, i.e., it's not inflation, it's unemployment, or employment, we should say. Despite signs that prices are moderating, there's still a lot of work to be done. Some other news is that Fed swaps rate rises as high as 5.07 for June 2023 contracts. Fed's George said that I don't see something on the verge of blowing up in the financial system. I'd be wary of Fed's George saying that. Fed's George also said this morning there are economic risks when the Fed raises interest rates. Recent inflation data shows welcoming signs of pressure easing. It's very important for the Fed to continue to reduce the balance sheet. That's kind of funny, too, because they're not. The Fed still has a lot to learn about how balance sheet policy works. I find that very humorous. I read an article yesterday about the about how many billions they're trying to roll off the balance sheet every month and how many they actually have rolled off. Now, those numbers are not matching in any way, shape, or form. We know that. I'm gonna take a look at the. I'm gonna take a look at DIA real quick on Anomi. Well, at least Dow Jones is saying this is a dippable buy, or buy this dip. Let me take a look at SPY instead if you should be buying the dip here. I'll tell you what, man. Yesterday is going in that close yesterday. I took a look at it and I was like, man, it should blast out. You guys should have opened this morning with, yeah. Even the hourly velocity looks great. Daily not so hot. Monthly is good. Maybe just looking for a weekly low.
1 minute remaining. I'll lead with the US S&P Services PMI final.
So we'll wait to see if we hear any triggers this morning to buy.
Ten seconds.
Let me go through your comments because I haven't read any of your comments at this point. Let me go through some of your comments this morning. Okay. If you're just joining us, please go back and watch the beginning of the video this morning.
44.7. That's higher than the forecast of 44. Composite PMI at 45.
Watch 45. The beginning of the video. And watch through the IWM part, the SPX part, and then the gold part. As soon as you're done with the gold part, jump right forward to the live stream again, the current live stream. All right, let's see what you guys are saying this morning. This market is dumb. Yesterday pumps, then sells, then pumps again, dumps, pumps overnight, then dumps. Good morning,
Brian. The key findings in this report here is fractional fall in activity recorded at the end of 2022. So inflation rates down, but still high, and employment unchanged, ending a long period of jobs growth.
IWM massive head and shoulders. Yeah, there's like this. When we get to, I don't have this.
Also notice that the service sector remained inside contractionary territory.
Let me see if I can find it.
So activity and new orders fall at sharper rates as demand wanes, cost burdens rise at the softest pace for over 2 years, and employment growth only marginal. So US service providers signaled a sharp fall in business activity at the end of the year, according to the latest data. Output levels declined further amid weak demand conditions and another monthly drop in new orders.
I'll bring something up for you guys.
We have posted the US S&P Services PMI final for December on the feed for those interested.
Bring something up for you right now. This is from Yahoo News yesterday. The name of it, you can get this on your own. It's called "The Stock Market Reading So Bearish It's Bullish." That is when everyone thinks stock market will keep going down. Sometimes it's a contrarian indicator that we might be going up. We know that IWM is showing that right now, right? The interesting part about this article is, so it says Wall Street is bearish. This is bullish. Wrote B of A, Sativa, Sabrarian. The Wall Street's consensus equity allocation has been a reliable contrarian indicator over time. In other words, it has been a bullish signal when Wall Street strategists were extremely bearish, and vice versa. At current levels, the sell side indicator suggests an expected price return of 16% over 12 months. Historically, when the indicator was at current levels or below, stocks were higher a year later, 95% of the time. One issue I would take with this, here it is right here. The one issue I would take with this, basically what they're saying is, we have such bearish readings right now that you should be positioned long. What this doesn't account for is this last little drop here, and that's my only concern. Is we're set up for that last drop beginning of the year. We're set up for it probably in the fall and winter to make that last little plunge here. So take a look at this on your own if you have time. I think you just Google search a stock market reading so bearish it's bullish. Another sentiment measure closely watched by Wall Street is the American Association of Investors weekly survey. The survey's latest reading for the week ended December 28th showed 47% of investors were bearish, well above the historical average of 31%. The survey's most bearish recent reading was 60.9% for the week of September 21st, 2022. The S&P's low for the year was reached on October 12th. And that would be my only concern right here, is that we get that last little blast down during this this quarter, the March quarter. But take a look at that on your own. See what you think of this indicator here. If you want to take a look at that on your own time, I guess. Good morning, Ross. How are you? And we'll take a look at one more thing this morning. I'll bring this back up for you. And this is where you've got retail. This is reinforcing that same concept. We're in super bearish or indicators, right? I spent, I think, Tuesday, or what day is today? I don't even know what day today is right now. This week's been so weird. So today's Thursday. On Tuesday night, I talked to Chaz, or daytime. I've been talking to Chaz all day, and then into the night I talked to him, and he's like, "Why does everything look so bearish?" And we talked about it at length. That on Friday we were throwing pistons in the market, and it was, or I think it was Friday or Thursday, whatever the end of the year was. And under normal, we saw a huge blast down in DIA. And I was talking to him, I think on Thursday or Friday. I was like, any other time, this wasn't the first of the year, we'd be blasting down. And then 2 days ago on Tuesday, same thing. Two days ago on Tuesday, I'm like, we've got this, we've got these readings that are extremely bearish. Saw Apple blast down, trying to tag that 120. And in the back of my mind is just, or I've got that like spidey sense of extreme fear. But so as a retailer, you're scared, right? You're like, man, this isn't good. So we're going to look at what's going on though under the hood, and it's very fascinating what's going on under the hood right now. So as a retailer, you're like, man, I'm super bearish here, but under the hood, at least, there's been rotation. Under the hood, you're seeing this rotation trade still taking place. We didn't see an extreme reading of an extreme low over here. And look, we've just traded sideways this entire time, and we've actually grown. The institutions have been buying in what looks like bearish readings, right? If you look on the accumulation, we've got utilities going back up. We've got real estate, REITs going back up, materials going up, industrials going up, healthcare, finance or fintech. Financials, we knew about financials a few days ago. Yep, energy has rolled off. We're seeing like a rotate. This is more of a rotation trade than anything else. So where this looks super bearish, I can show you that this is being accumulated. I can show you that this is being accumulated, And I'll show you. I want to show you two other indicators: price percent and price oscillator. And you can see, at least on the daily, that there's an attempt right now to rebuy this market. There's at least an attempt going on where they're trying to, hook this back up, even if it's just for an entrance into the ER season. So I'd be wary of not being able to buy a dip in here. Matter of fact, I've bought calls, I've bought calls a couple days ago for the 20th on a squeeze higher here. Even if we eventually roll over, I'm looking for that squeeze higher and then that roll over, something more like this. And there's an attempt in the background. There's an accumulation in the background going on, even though we're bearish today, right? Everybody's all doom and gloom. We've been rotating sideways for a matter of time now, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 sessions of rotation sideways. Bearish readings on IWM, price percent oscillator, price percent momentum, and then we know that the banks are buying this. So be wary of the thought that we're going down here. We may only every indicator is saying that this is just being bought. All these dips are being bought. We saw the dip get bought yesterday with the FOMC meeting. We saw the FOMC saying they're staying the course. We didn't see a dovish Fed yesterday. So if you're looking to put a put spread on, you could put it on now. It's not going to make much difference, but if we were to trade higher into this 395, 4,000, I'm going to assume it's not going to be irrational to still see that, which I think most of you are looking for, right? I think most of you are not, or most of the bulls are looking for that trade higher. And if we trade up there, I would tell you don't be getting bullish up there. I'd be getting really bearish at that point. Dixie higher. Nothing changed for 2 weeks. LOL. Good morning, everyone. Brian Watts shared Go chart, FX chart, and Queez chart yesterday towards end of video. 380.25 was goat area. Where'd y'all go yesterday? Had to hang with Brian Watt while I closed the 6 SPY calls. A nice profit. Went long MCLH contracts to the lower extreme edge. So yesterday I lost internet at my house. We had a car accident or something. At least that's what my wife told me. I spent the day yesterday with some people on the phone. I'd be wary of oil right now. I'm not bullish on oil. Or I'd say that I'm bullish on oil like this. I'm bullish on oil like this. So if you're buying the decline, you could get bullish, but I'm very bearish on oil right now. Put spreads per 100%. Give me the money. I haven't seen a new video from him. So I was wondering about all the venerable he was not looking at. Variables he was not looking at. Yeah, there were some parts of what he said. There were some parts of what Larry said this morning or last night whenever he made that video that really left a lot open to a larger down move. I agree with that statement. See what you guys are writing in the comments section. Good morning, Omar. How are you? Hope you're doing well, Omar. Good morning, Lisa. How are you? Yeah, Mike, I'll try to mute the guy blabbing his mouth off in the background when I can. I apologize for that. Morning, Al Marino. You haven't got pancakes and coffee, brother? Sativa Submarina? I said the same crap in 2008. Yeah, intern is feeling better. It was funny too. Yesterday we had a when the internet did come back on. Well, of course the internet's off, and my children are on a in-person online school, and they were just hoping for one more day off. And then my wife works as a kind of a doctor. She's like a kinesiologist, and by 3 or 4 in the afternoon, she said, "Is it time that I can have a beer yet?" And I'm like, "I think you can have a beer at this point." Yeah, no. The gold trade. I think I showed you guys the chart on gold. It's pretty consistent. You just snap some lines. It's pretty consistent. After the Santa window, I don't expect anything above like 387. Let's see what else. Even whatever ended with the official end of the Santa week, at least until after OPEX, but we'll see. I'm usually a lot wrong on index level stuff. I think we get a pin. I think we get the pin. So Winky's saying, I think the window to break 388 or whatever ended with the official end of Santa week, at least until after OPEX, but we'll see. I'm usually wrong on index level stuff. Yeah, I think it's I don't know if I agree with that statement. I think that you'll see a move up into ER season, and then they'll pin it. I don't think the pin is in yet on ERs. I'm looking to today as maybe reload XLF calls for 120. CL was a great reload. Yeah, I think you can. Yeah, you're bullish on oil. I don't mind being bullish on oil, but I would be a profit taker on oil and not a profit holder. I guess that's a better way to explain my position on oil. I think you can buy the dip on it, but I don't think it's. I think it's going to be on a decline into 2024, 2025. Good morning, Cato. How are you? Dixie's pumping. Good morning, Mike. How are you? Good morning, Mahesh. How are you? Don't have to mute the background, guys. He's just really loud. Okay, I'll turn him down. Thanks for the clarification. I just turn him down in the background to a dull roar. Apple ripping. Good morning, Cap. No snow here in the Alps. Bearish on oil too. Yeah, all that heat or warmth is coming here now. Or like extended warmth in where we are. Everything's melting. It's water everywhere. I don't know what can you clarify your question on? So would you guys expect this buy to happen before end of January? If you have puts for January, I would be rolling those into March, like March 17th. You guys understand that, right? If you're gonna put puts on, well, not puts. If you put spreads on, I'd put them out. I'd date them for like March 17th, or if it was me, I would date them for like March 17th. If I was gonna buy puts for March, I would buy, or for like between now and March, I would be buying them 6 months out. Spotty is nothing compared to the landscaper blower revving outside my window. Nick asks, what do you want me to explain? Do you want me to explain my bearishness in oil, maybe? I don't know what you're asking. I can explain that if you want. You're going to show my bearishness in oil and why? I can do that. I think I can. We'll look at it. Let's see if I can bring up inflation. New pain. Okay, you guys ready? Drum roll, please. Why am I bearish on oil? I'll show you why. Let me mute Bookmap here. Here you go. Any of this looking kind of familiar to you? So this is, I'm going to mute my camera here. And I'm going to mute. There we go. So this is USO. You do this with oil, but this is USO. Do you know what this is down here? This is inflation. So though I do see if you see inflation rise, you're going to see the price of oil rise. But if you look on, see if I can. Let's do an auto. This is USO. I could do oil if you wanted to. US crude or something. Let's see, WTI. Right there. And then inflation, new pain. So you're going to expect spikes in inflation, but we should see rapid deflation in 2023. So what's my take on oil? My take on oil is, yeah, you can buy it on its way down, but the trade is more than likely over the course of the year a down move in oil.
Against the dollar for the first time since November 23rd.
Unless you think that rates are going to be cut, or if you think that we're going to get, a double dip inflation. I think we'll get double dip inflation. I think we'll get like a move down in inflation and then a double dip. But even so, you would expect oil to mimic that same move. So you can buy the dips in oil. So this isn't saying you can't buy the dips in oil, but your thesis would have to be that inflation is not only going to rear its ugly head, but that not only that inflation is going to rear its ugly head, but that it'll persist, which it isn't right now. It's coming down. As a matter of fact, you're hearing of layoffs. You're hearing of layoffs right now, so your bullish idea of oil
says that Russia is to announce a truce in Ukraine from
The Fed has become
dovish.
2400
on January 7th. Seen some upside movement in the S&P 500 and downside movement in the dollar here.
Baby.
Again, from the Kremlin, Russia to announce a truce in Ukraine from January 6th to January 7th, according to Interfax.
Uh-oh. Heads up, we've got a truce in Ukraine. Ruh-roh. You could see a blast off here,
orders
folks.
A one-day Christmas truce in Ukraine, again, coming from Interfax here. That's from January 6th to 7th. Again, the Kremlin reported, cited by Interfax.
We haven't seen a truce in Ukraine at all in this war. Hold on here. Just a warning to you out there. We haven't seen many truces.
So more from the Kremlin as Russia calls on the Ukrainian side to declare a ceasefire and allow people to attend services on Christmas Eve as well as Christmas Day.
Rumors of some kind of a ceasefire. We haven't seen any kind of... I've got some calls set up here in case we blast north. We haven't seen any kind of ceasefire or truces, normally because Russia typically uses a truce for troop movements. If you hear about any kind of a truce, if you hear about Ukraine at any point agreeing to a truce, it would imply that there might be some negotiations going on in the background. Ukraine has no reason to want to a truce for Russia to, or for Russia to reposition themselves. Yeah, it's a Christmas holiday for Ukraine and for Russia. But you wouldn't normally see one, is the point. Normally you would not see Ukraine wanting at any point to agree to a truce. Unless there was some kind of negotiations, meaningful negotiations going on in the background. Morning, E-Trading Shorts. How are you? I didn't know that you worked for Dan Gilbert. How was that? Did you make money? I've got some friends that have worked for him. They did very well, but they worked their asses off. I was meaning to ask you about that. It's been on my mind for about a week now, or whenever the last time you said that you had worked for Gilbert. Yeah, let me rehash what I said to you a few moments ago. So there are rumors swirling about a possible truce between Russia and Ukraine. I want to warn you that Ukraine will not agree to any truce publicly unless, for no reason, they will not agree to a truce publicly unless there are some negotiations going on behind the scenes. So if you ever see Ukraine say, yeah, we'll agree to a truce, they can give whatever reason they want. They can say it's Christmas or the Orthodox Church, doesn't matter. But if they ever agree to one, that's usually a cover for some kind of negotiations that are being taken quite seriously. Zelensky and Ukraine have stated ad nauseum that negotiations, they're not even going to have negotiations unless there's talk of leaving the Donbass region, leaving Crimea. Their starting negotiations are quite high. So you guys are saying the Russian supply trucks revving up, exactly, and I think Ukraine's fully aware of that. If there's any kind of a truce, the war is probably over, because otherwise it's just repositioning. It's like let's bring in the supply trucks to continue the war. So you guys are saying here, oh, you worked as a banker for him? Right on. Yeah, Gilbert's done a lot for this city. People hate it, or he has a love-hate relationship with this city. People are like, he shouldn't have been able to buy all this land for cheap. He was the only guy doing it. I mean, like, no, who else was doing it? There was just a few people that were, like buying the dip in Detroit. So I've got I don't know why they bitch. I mean, I understand why they bitch so much, but very shrewd businessman. They need to trash this thing, punish the Bulls. 600K, 2020, 350K. Yeah. Some of the properties that he got in Detroit, I'm so jealous. I wish I had gotten here a decade ago. Wish I had gotten to Detroit about a decade ago. Some of the houses I could have bought. As a matter of fact, when I got here, I should have bought more and held. I should have bought and held and bought and held and bought and held and bought and held and just paid the taxes. The property values here, I keep reading these. There's like there are these like cookie cutter articles talk about how bad Detroit is, or from looking at statistics, but if you're on the ground in Detroit, you're talking about going to auctions and getting $1,500 properties that are now worth like $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, $60,000, untouched, like shitholes. Renovated houses that were going for $4 or $5,000, they're $200,000-$300,000 now. And a decade ago, there were $1,000 properties that are now commanding $5, $6, $1 million. So it's not even like a comparison to, I bought my house for $300,000 and now it's worth $500,000. Like it's not even the same. It's not even the same. It's not even the same discussion, I guess. When you're talking like a 3,000, 5,000, 10,000% like a rate or increase in the price of a property. So he made out like a bank robber. Vixen Dickey, if they just whiff. I think we talked about that on Tuesday or Friday, right? We said, or I was telling you guys about how the bankers keep offices, more than likely keep offices in Ukraine and Russia for any whiff of a truce. If you hear Ukraine agreeing at any point to a truce, there's probably like a 90% chance that it has something to do with a real, true end of the war. Yeah, you did work your ass off and took part in drinking the Kool-Aid.
Just taking a look at the Fear and Greed Index.
Yeah, he's a Kool-Aid.
Out of 100,
He makes
signaling
the
fear,
punch
and the
bowl.
Crypto
He
Fear
fills
and
the
Greed
punch bowl,
Index,
doesn't he?
29 out of 100, signaling
So
fear.
doesn't you know who else fills the punch bowl is Duggan. Duggan fills the punch bowl too. And they're nailing people right now, trading shorts. So in Wayne County, you might have they reassessed taxes in Wayne County. So you might have had a house that was once valued at, let's say, $100,000, and you're paying, I don't know, $5-6 grand in property taxes a year. And they came back into Wayne County and reassessed. So you'd have like a shithole that you're paying $1,000 a year on. And so everyone's renovating these houses, and then they're selling them. And the new owner comes in, sees that the tax history is, $1,000 or something, $2 grand a year. And then the county sees the new sale price, $300 grand. And they slam them. Like, these new buyers are like, what do you mean my tax bill's $12,000 a year now? It's insane. One day Christmas truce. Yeah, I don't know that. I don't think Ukraine will agree to any truce unless there's a negotiation.
At 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get EIA natural gas change forecast minus 240 BCF on the prior, minus 213 BCF.
I don't think you'd even get 1 day. I think that part, that's all over. Our soldiers just want to charge their cell phones. I read that story too, Winky. They probably want to change their SIM cards more than they charge them, right? Tony Cheese, ask a question about spreads and I'll answer it. Morning, MK. How are you? He's in bad shape right now. I didn't know that. Yeah, so I've got my friends here in Detroit that are serious. I got friends that are mostly from California, mostly like Californians with outside the U.S. clients, and they're amassing properties in. They started in Detroit then they did Cleveland, and now past 3 years, Minneapolis has been the place to buy up mass properties. These aren't flips either. These are, you buy them to rent them out. And usually foreign investors, Europeans, Spain is a big place, South America of all places. And they're using U.S. buyers to accumulate properties for pennies. Not pennies, but pennies in terms of what you could buy elsewhere. So I don't think that you so Floyd's Garage says $5K for a house with new roof, but I wouldn't want to live there. I think that if you haven't been to, it's weird too. I'll meet people from people from the suburbs of Detroit are like, Detroit's a shithole, it's a hellhole. And mostly I think that's jaded from being from here. I don't want to say that, but it's true. I think if you're objective and if you travel, if you've lived other places, you've spent time in New York and LA, San Francisco, Seattle, Portland, anywhere, Austin, I don't care where it is, Boston, any city, and then you come to Detroit, you're going to be like, oh shit, it's nothing like it's portrayed. I think some of that still has to do with Detroit doesn't want to lose the perception of we need help or we need investment, which they do. Their schools or the elementary school system is horrible. The infrastructure for mass transportation is not good. No, but other than that, those are the two glaring ones. Some of their power infrastructure is a tough nut, but outside of that, I could go to parts of Detroit that look as nice or nicer than most U.S. cities. And if you're older, I'm older, so I've seen what New York looks like when it's a fucking shithole, and I've seen when Boston was a shithole, like the combat zone and all that. And so, being older, I just look at Detroit and I'm like, that's just another city that's gonna, in 20 years, you'll see whatever new generation will be whining that they can't buy a house here. They only need whether you agree or disagree with this, there is an EV tech revolution going on here in Detroit amongst the big automakers. So if you were to see an EV revolution take place in Detroit, it'll just be like what Portland was like, a decade, 2 decades ago, or Seattle, or you can name the city, Austin, Boston, New York, and then people will bitch. Matter of fact, I used to live in Santa Monica. I used to live in L.A., right? And there were parts of L.A. where if you went to Venice in the 80s, it was a war zone. No one wanted to live there. And then, of course, now you got people that are like, why can't I afford to live in Venice? So whenever you hear people bitching or people saying, this place is bad or whatever, they'll be bitching when it's bad and they'll be bitching when it's great, right? I can't live there. And when it's bad, I don't want to live there. So I don't listen to those comments too frequently with much weight and put much weight onto them.
At 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get EIA natural gas change forecast minus 240 BCF on the prior minus 213 BCF.
It was a full-on frat house in the office. I believe it. I believe it was. I can't believe you were there during that time. I begged my wife to move here during that time when it was a real war zone. I meet these guys that work for me, and so I own houses in Detroit, and some of these guys will be like, dude, you have no idea how bad this neighborhood was. And I'm like, impossible. Couldn't have been that bad. And my friends will be like, they're my friends now, like people I've met that work for me now, renovating houses. They'll be like, that house over there in the corner that's no longer there, they'll be like, the police would just come into the neighborhoods and they would find like a house taken over, like just taken over, like big drug dealing house, right? It's not like you go up to the house, knock on the door, and you get sold drugs. There'd be like 20, 30 guys, and they're like, they call them trap houses now, but it was like a fort, like Drug Fort X or something. And so the police would just come and burn them out. They would just come and literally burn the house to the ground. I would have loved to have been here at that time buying properties. Believe it or not, some of these mansions you see in Detroit, when you look at the brickwork, so there was an immigrant class that moved to Detroit, I want to say turn of the century, when Ford was just coming into existence to work in factories. They had this place called the Aviation District, or Aviation Sub, it's called. The Aviation Subdivision is like Ford like built like airports or like runways in the middle of Detroit at one time and you can see how Detroit was built up, and all these immigrants that came to Detroit brought with them like first U.S. generation construction skills, and they built insane brick houses here, insane mansions, beautiful like wide avenue streets because of the car culture. They had big, large causeways, and then, big, huge lawns, and then big, huge backyards. And so some of the architecture here is just mind blowing. It's like old school Boston architecture, old school New York architecture. Yeah, I agree with that. I told the wife she moved there 6 to 8 years ago. It's not easy here. I'll be honest with you. It's not easy here. We've had to adjust. So we looked at it like like we were sailing. They have day schools here. They're expensive. So they've got like day schools that'll cost you anywhere from $30,000 to $60,000 a year for children that are under 8th grade. They have a if you're more like a Waldorf kind of a person, they have a Waldorf school here. But other than that, we homeschool. We homeschool with live teachers, just like we were in the if we were in the military overseas and not in an American school with kids, or if we were sailing around the world. That's the kind of schooling we do for our kids. So there are some challenges. There are, even still today, there are some challenges. The other escrow screws them.
1 minute remaining.
Are you talking about the city of Detroit or Dan Gilbert himself? Ukraine would have been turned to dust if the U.S. Yeah, that's a fascinating comment too. Andre saying, I was talking to Joe yesterday about Ukraine and how they're kind of like the warrior class. You guys all know the history of Ukraine and Russia. Like most of the USSR's military came from Ukraine. They have a long history of fighting for Russia specifically. They held all the nukes too. Most of Russian
10 seconds.
Russia or USSR's deployed nukes were in Ukraine, and then the sailor or naval class of Russia came from Ukraine, and of course they're the second largest breadbasket in the world.
Minus
too.
221 BCF, minus 221 BCF.
250 miles away from the capital of Russia.
A build on the forecast
the
of minus
border.
240 BCF.
I think I was talking with Volwiz about that, not Joe. Yeah, I don't think that you'll see a ceasefire either. I don't think you'll see any kind of ceasefire or truce of any kind. I don't think Ukraine does it unless there's real negotiations going on. I don't think they're going to let up at all. I think so. Volwiz and I were talking about this. My point on Ukraine was that it's like a pickle, right? Ukraine gave up their nukes to be a buffer nation between NATO and Russia, which could have worked really well. If anything, it could, like an East and West Berlin, or East or West Germany, I should say. Ukraine would have done well as that country. But if you're Putin, it's not good enough, is it? It's like we have to have that country too. We want to have its wealth. We want to have its ports. We want to have
the weekly EIA natural gas storage report is now on the feed for all those interested.
It's got very smart people, well educated, a history of development of nuclear arms, history of technological developments, all kinds of positiveness. So even
US
if they were a
gas
buffer
futures
state,
extend losses down 10% after the EIA reports smaller than expected storage draws.
And people relate it and say, well, it's kind of like if China took over Canada, what would the U.S. do? We'd invade, right? But if China didn't invade Canada, would we still invade Canada, right? And answer is more than likely not. But Russia, of course, that's not good enough, right? So to me, that's a pickle. So Tony's saying he bought his first debit spread. 380, 385 expires in March. That max gain I see. I won't see that until on expiration date. Yeah, so let's talk about spreads real quick. So there's credit spreads and debit spreads. Credit spreads, both credit and debit spreads will pay you with the passage of time. Credit spreads will pay you faster with velocity and the movement of price. So large swings, you'll start to see a ramp in credit spreads. Credit spreads are dangerous, though, to trade if one side of your trade becomes lopsided, and that can be on a down move if you're long, call debit or call credit spread. Yeah. So the safest trade typically is a debit spread. Anyways, time is important. So if you put, let's say, a 380, 385 call debit spread that's 3 months out, you're going to make the majority of your money towards the end of that spread. You're looking more for, let's say, a move to 390. You're looking for a directional move in that spread to like 390, 395, and then you just pull the plug and get out of them. The other thing about spreads is if I spend $1, just as an example, I don't care if it's put or call, I'm usually setting that spread for me personally, I'm only looking to hold it for about a 30% profit in my mind. So if I'm going to write a spread for $1, I'm going to write it for $3 or $4, and I'm going to try to get out when the spread is up $1. Does that make sense? No, that's because I don't want to actually keep the spread for the 3 months or the 1 month or the 1 week. I don't care. Time doesn't matter. I don't want to stay in that spread for that time period. I don't want to hold it to the end for a bunch of other reasons I'm not going to get into here. So I'm looking for about 30% profit on whatever spread I took, and then I exit the spread. I don't have any risk of assignment, or not that I don't have any risk of assignment. I'm more than likely not going to get assigned in the middle of that spread, and I'm not trying to expose myself to risk for the end of that spread as well. Algos are dead. Have you been to those neighborhoods? I don't know which neighborhoods you're talking about, but I've been to every neighborhood in Detroit, every single one of them. I've been to the good neighborhoods, the bad neighborhoods. Oil is down. Let's see what you guys are saying. Algos are dead. Have you been to those neighborhoods? Yes. So the oil stocks are up due to they're not oil itself. They're the companies that do the infrastructure for oil. Those are different. Yeah, there are parts of Detroit I don't like. I mean, like the east side of Detroit's still a shithole. Detroit's a weird place. Like, I always try to. There's this like river, let's say, right here. Detroit is very much like Washington, D.C. Not exact, but there's the city center, and there are neighborhoods here. There are more neighborhoods, and more neighborhoods, and more neighborhoods. The rebuilding effort is in the city center, moving outwards. And then because there's money out in the suburbs, there's a push in from this side here. So if you look like, if you're looking for homes like in northwest, southwestern Detroit, they're very good. If you look for the center and the surrounding north end of Detroit, Mexican town, all this kind of stuff in here, it's great. There's still like a native Detroiter band here in the middle that will likely always be working class and not where you want to live in here. This is kind of like the no-go zone of Detroit. And parts of this include like the east side of Detroit up here. And then up here you'd have like East Point and Grosse Pointe and all those kind of places. You'd have Telegraph is in here, Southfield, Oak Park, and then down below, I think this is Livonia, Redford, and oh shit, I forget the name of these places down here, but so anything in here is outstanding. Anything over here is outstanding. But this is just like any city. If you go to any city, you'll see. If you go to like East LA, there's East LA, right? There's Compton in California. Boston has its own places, right? Parts of Dorchester, parts of Mattapan, places like that. Let me see. Oh, that's the Cleveland tourism video is hilarious. As a matter of fact, there's Detroit beat Cleveland in major crime this year, lower major crime this year. I was pretty impressed. I agree with the no way part. Dixie taking off again, peak today. I think mass transit in Detroit flies 180 degrees to the car culture of Detroit. Yeah. No. So Detroit has built Detroit EV is huge right now, and it's becoming a. You guys don't know a lot about Detroit. I can tell. So like Google has expanded its presence in Detroit. There are major Detroit electric vehicle companies have set up offices all over Detroit. Yeah, you can. I'm reading through some stuff right now on the news here. You guys need to get EV has not moved to Canada. Damn, Winky. Yeah, Venice is a neat place. Santa Monica's the same way. Do they still have rent control in Santa Monica? I wonder if they still do. Winky face is like, what do you mean 3.6%? Yeah, Buffalo's like that too, Floyd's Garage. Drug Ford X. Putin announces 36-hour ceasefire due to Orthodox Christmas celebration. Yeah. Legal Honesty is saying property taxes. So property taxes are still low, which is the good thing about Detroit. If you go and buy a house that's worthless in Detroit, the only real deals that I see right now are the real deals that I see are still only at the county tax auction. If you're going to buy in a real estate group or something, the minimum buy-in now is sometimes you'll see like 15 grand, but it probably has major defects like water lines cut, foundation issues, barrier power lines kind of stuff from the power company. Most of the deals in Detroit they're not at the Detroit Land Bank. Stay away from that shit. Do not ever buy a land bank house. The best way to buy a house in Detroit right now is to go to the county auction that's once a year. You can still find houses for $1,500 to $5,000. And the taxes will still be low. It's when you go to sell them. Once you sell them, the new owner is going to get hammered with taxes. Good morning, Abraham. How are you? Let's see. Account City, not exactly addition of Ukraine to NATO has always been a red line. I missed that part. What you're saying, Willie? Yeah, I don't think. Or no, I don't. Not that I don't think. I know that from everything I've read and watched about Ukraine and Russia, there was. You got to understand, Ukraine was not going to join NATO. They had no plans to join NATO in any way, shape, or form. It was more of a pushing of the issue. In the U.S., what does the U.S. want to do? They just want to, kill Russians. So the U.S. will make this war last as long as possible. I was in the military. If the longer we can make this war last or continue, the happier the U.S. military is. Yeah. Yeah. So, Willie Smoke Meat saying the war would end today if Ukraine renounces the NATO application, gives up fighting for Crimea, and yield the Donbass territory. Yeah, that won't happen, though. They're not going to give up Crimea. They're not going to give up Donbass. And as a matter of fact, that's how it was in the beginning. So initially, Russia did not have the Donbass or Crimea, and they were not joining NATO. But then, of course, the Russia creep stepped in, right? Take Donbass, take Crimea. That's the pickle. That's the entire pickle right there. 3 years ago, America was fact-checking Ukraine for being a Nazi state. Now America's best friends, clowns. This is complete. If the U.S. wants to just kill Russians, I'll be honest with you. Whether you like that or not, that's what they want to do. Any way that we can weaken China or Russia, we will at any given moment. Why is it always the east side of cities that are low income? They really ruined the market with 0-date options. Dixie Bot may have just peaked. Trade has some damn good pizza to fend off that biting cold in the winter. Yeah, I like their pizza, but I don't like it anymore. It's too much for me. But if you like a big meal, it's better than, I shouldn't say this, but it's better than Chicago pizza. I shouldn't say that, though. Yeah, they still have rent control. I used to live in Santa Monica, and you'd see like a dirt poor family living right next to a millionaire. It was always wild to see that. Only grandfathered in now, Stacy? Yeah, you had, from what I recall, when I lived in Santa Monica, it was a mix of people that were living in, or had lived in these homes for a very long time. And then, like, what do you call those people that, when you're, I guess I'm one of those people, but the hipster, what would you call them? Gentrifiers. Hipster gentrifiers move in. Wait a minute, see what you guys are saying here. So, Cap, regarding going for 30% on a spread for the challenge, you're going to do $1,000 a month. You're planning on going for 100% on each spread. Yeah, so you go. So so what you do is you build your spread to spend $1 for $3 or $4, right? But you only take $2 out of that spread. Does that make sense? That's still a 100% trade. The trade is structured for 300%, but you're only taking 100% out of the trade. Does that make sense? I don't know if that's making sense, but. No. So I think you're misinterpreting, Chris. So Chris is saying, so I take it that the challenge is just for show and you do not go for 100% in your trading accounts when you use the market breadth indicator. No. So the trade is structured to bring you 100%. Let me write it in for you, okay? So here you go. So I'm going to draw it simply for you. Here's $1, right? If you were to take the $1 and take a spread, right, that only pays $2, let's say, your original dollar back over there. It will pays $1 means you're going to make $1 on that dollar of risk, right? So let's say it pays you $2, right? That's a 100% trade. Does that make sense? Right?
According to the Hess CEO, the US can produce 13 million to 13.5 million barrels of oil per day before production plateaus.
For, say, $3, right? But you're still getting paid your $2. So it's still a 100% trade. And it's always been like that. And that's because of the time that it takes for you in a spread to make that money. So when you have a spread, if it's let's say it's a 1 month spread, right? You'll typically make your first 30% to 50% in half the time of the age of the spread. You typically won't make the other 50% of your spread until the end, the absolute end of your spread, the time of your spread. So if you structure it so that you only have to be exposed for this brief amount of time to get that same payout, does that make sense to you? I don't think you're. My assumption is that you either don't know how spreads work or you don't understand the mechanics of a spread. Maybe you don't understand the mechanics of a spread. So Legal Honesty is saying, that's nice. I'm in a relatively rural state in the Mid-South, and I've nearly had a stroke from seeing property taxes as a first-time home buyer. Yeah, property taxes right now are going through the roof. They're ridiculous. I pay a small fortune in property taxes. Why should they? Hold on, I'm missing stuff. Why should they give up Crimea? You want to see some seriously jacked taxes? Check out the Texas Hill Country, where all the New Yorkers and Californicators are moving. Yeah. It was time to move down to Texas, but I'm extremely thankful I've avoided the shit show of Dallas and Austin.
At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we get EIA crude oil inventories forecast 1.5 million on the prior 0.718 million, with a range of 4 million to minus 4 million. Gasoline inventories forecast minus 1 million on the prior minus 3.105 million. Distiller inventories forecast minus 1.173 million on the prior 0.282 million. And crude Cushing inventories prior minus 0.195 million.
Yeah, hipster. What would you? I'm one of the bad guys. I'm one of the hipster gentrifiers, right? That's what you'd probably call me. Yeah, Santa Monica will do that, Stacy. It's really crazy too. You'll have like I'm talking about like you're looking to buy a house and you're like, oh, this house is appraised at like $2,000 a year. Just easy, $1,500 a year. And then you go and you buy it, and you either remodel it and get reassessed, or you buy it already remodeled, and it's like, hello, 12 grand, hello, 15 grand. Hopefully you're making that extra 15K. Yeah. Per Bill Thomas, hilarious. Yeah, the 30%. Yeah, no, I'm not taking 30% profit. I'm taking. It's more how the spread is structured. Like it's just time and spread. The other part of this too is if you start trading spreads, due to making most of your money in the time on the back end of the time decay of the spread, you could place 2 or 3 more spreads in that time period rather than being tied up in that spread. And that's the same thing that Tony Cheese was doing. So like Tony Cheese is buying an in-the-money spread. He's not going to get max gains unless we come. Matter of fact, so if you were to buy this is something crazy. We should paper trade this. Hold on here. Just as an example, hold on here. You know, it'd be something really cool to look at or paper trade. Just as a thought, if you guys want to do this really cool, like a really good, really cool thought experiment, would be if you want a really cool thought experiment. I mean, this probably isn't the best way to structure this trade, but you could. You might get you could catch an assignment on this trade, but if you didn't catch an assignment on this trade, it would be super cool to I don't know. You might catch an assignment in this trade. There's some mechanical problems with this trade because if you took like a call spread that expired right in here in March, if you just took you wouldn't want to do a call spread here. You'd probably want to do a super wide butterfly. But just as a thought experiment, you could see, like, you could actually buy a call spread here and have us plunge and then come back up, and it would still print over time, theoretically. You wouldn't want to place that trade, but theoretically, you could get that spread to print by the time you could have like a plunge in here and come straight back up, and you'd be in the money with the time, with like the time decay in that spread. And so that was my only point. Like if you did a call spread here, I'd probably do something that's like so if this is SPX, and you wanted a call spread, you'd probably be thinking about something that's in the money that ends by the end of ER season, right? So you do like a call spread. If you're bullish, if you have a bullish bias for the run up into ER, you'd just be hoping for this kind of a move right here. Does that make sense? And then you wouldn't have that call spread this far out because of the risk of a down move, right? Or even a pin here. And if you're getting bearish, you could buy a put spread. If I were to buy a put spread today, I'd be buying it with an expiration sometime in I've got this.
It's 11 a.m. Eastern time. We get EIA crude oil inventories forecast 1.5 million on the prior 0.718 million with a range of 4 million to minus 4 million. Gasoline inventories forecast minus 1 million on the prior minus 3.105 million. Distiller inventories forecast minus 1.173 million on the prior 0.282 million.
God damn it.
And crude Cushing inventories prior minus 0.195 million.
Trying to show you guys. I thought I was clacking. Hold on 1 second here. So you got short 30-60. You've got long magnet right here, and you've got short right here. I'm over here. I'm over here snapping lines, trying to give you guys a visualization. I'm not doing it to the actual time frame. Okay. So if you wanted to
Ukrainian
get a call spread, you'd be getting
as Russian forces must leave the occupied territories. Only
season,
then
which is
will it
somewhere
have a
in
temporary truce.
mid-February, somewhere in here. So you get an in-the-money call spread with like a mid-February date on it, somewhere around 385, 380. But you'd want the call spread to end somewhere in here. If you're a bear wanting to buy a put spread, you'd want that put spread to be somewhere in the middle of March, like even call it like March 17th, somewhere in here. So we'd even move this over here. So like March 17th, right there. This would be the best way to do it. I'm going to clean all this up for you. I had this on Friday, and then I don't know if I deleted it or if something like that would be what you'd be looking for. So your thesis should be one of two, that we're going to at least melt up, and you're hoping for some kind of buying action, which you've seen in XLF. And then you're going to see probably at some point, in my view, what I think you're going to see is you're going to see some kind of a melt up, and then you're going to see companies be like, our earnings sucked, and you're going to see the SPY, believe it or not, come crashing down. I think you're going to see that. I think something somewhere down in here, and then you probably see that whiplash effect up into the pin. The pin's right up in here. You could have the other you have the bullish standpoint. I think we're gonna. I guess this would be the bullish, or not the bullish, but the bearish. Let me see here. Where is the? Where's it at? You could have the bearish. This would be the bearish. Did I do that right? This would be the bearish case right here.
1 minute remaining. I'll lead with EIA crude oil inventories.
Or I guess if you're like super bull, if anyone's out there super bullish, what do you think's going to happen? You think we're going to come down here to the pin, maybe, and wait for? We never quite get down there. You wait until this is over. If you were super bullish, then my assumption would be you'd have to wait until this hedge comes off the market. Something like that. I don't believe in this at all. To be honest, I'm just going to delete that. But you'd probably get pinned in here sideways. Once the hedge comes off the market, we'd be free to go
10
higher.
seconds.
Either one of these. I think I'm still on this trade right here, thinking that this happens. But if you're a bear, it doesn't really matter, right? That's why you're seeing selling into strength, is that bears don't care.
1.694 million, 1.694 million
for this
a build on
lower.
the forecast of 1.5 million.
You guys want to take a
Gasoline
screenshot
inventories
of that
minus
yourselves?
0.346 million, minus 0.346 million, a build on the forecast of minus 1 million. Distiller inventories minus 1.427 million, minus 1.427 million. A draw on the forecast of minus 1.173 million. Crude Cushing inventories 0.244 million, 0.244 million.
So what I'll do is, this is what I'm going to do. So this is SPX, right? You guys take a snapshot of that. You guys take your own snapshot of that, like do a snipper tool, and you take a snapshot of that right there. And what I'll do is I won't delete this. I'll leave this SPX as it is, and we'll see if we trade this. And I'll even write on here. This is what
US to sell $57 billion in 3-month bills on January 9th to settle on January the 12th. And the US to sell $48 billion in 6-month bills on January the 9th to settle on January the 12th.
The yellow line is path. We'll see how this plays out. I'll leave this up here, or you guys take a screenshot.
The US is to sell $40 billion in 3-year notes on January the 10th to settle on January the 17th.
You guys take a screenshot of this, and you show me. I think yellow line is path, some kind of failure above here. And I think it's probably, this is January, this mid-February, somewhere in here.
Oil prices extend gains after EIA data shows larger than expected build in U.S. crude inventories.
That's what I think. That's what I think. Something like that. So take a snapshot. And let's see how close to path we are. Personally, I don't care if we come down here and then up here and then down there and then down there. That kind of nonsense. But this is what I think path is, the yellow line right here. So you just take a little snip of that, and we'll see how this plays out into
EIA inventories of crude in U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve off 2.7 million barrels to 372.38 million.
Hey, Will, you smoke meat. Have a great day, brother.
U.S. crude in SPR falls in latest week to lowest since December 1983, according to EIA.
Yeah, corporate landlords are brutal, Stacy. they're the one thing that I see in real estate groups here is that the majority of them don't live in Detroit. Like, so specifically to Detroit, you'll see
the UK 5-year break-even falls 16 basis points to 3.33%, the lowest since July 2021.
You'll see people from out of state.
We have posted out the EIA weekly inventories full report on the feed for all those interested.
I was seeing a lot of out-of-state landlords or out-of-country landlords that were moving into these cities and buying up properties. They might hold like 30 to 50 properties, and then they started to really increase to 100 to 300 properties. The past 3 or 4 months, or I shouldn't say that, 6 months ago, the market kind of died. And then 3 months ago, 1 to 3 months ago, we started seeing unseen buyers. Everyone seems to, or my group seems to think that they're corporate entities. You were seeing small, not small, but like, hey, I own 50 properties and I'm from California and I'm trying to dump some of these properties. No buyers. And then out of the blue, like 1 to 3 months ago, inside this real estate group that I'm in, someone would post a property. I just want to get out. 30 grand, 50 grand, occupied, cash deal. And boom, they'd be bought up. And it wasn't being bought by those mid-level, mid-level real estate investors. I think it was from corporate America where it was buying this stuff. And I live here with my kids, so I'm like, don't group me in with those people. I'm invested in Detroit. I'm a part of the community. I pay my taxes. I live here. I only hire people from Detroit. But the corporate landlords are brutal. And the out-of-state and out-of-country landlords are bad too, in my view. If you don't mind me asking, in your opinion, how much work do you think work should cost to get a property and move in ready in Detroit? I always recommend. This happens every generation. You know, when you have to understand that, or not have to, but so my father moved to Boston when it was a war zone, basically. And other people moved to Boston when it was a war zone. And they created a community. So they bought houses. They had to work on these houses. Then they had to put their kids in school, and they had to get involved in school. And they built small businesses. They had to take care of those businesses. They had to take part in athletics.
US to sell $18 billion reopened 30-year bonds on January the 12th to settle on January the 17th. And the US to sell $32 billion reopened 10-year notes on January the 11th to settle on January the 17th.
Or if you're going to move or if you're going to buy property in a distressed place, it's always better to move there. And then the costs are lower. If I was younger, once again, I would have moved here without being married. I would have probably moved alone. Bought a house, and I would have parked like an RV in the backyard or something, and I would have just started renovating it myself. I would make friends with my neighbors and try to find some other guys in the neighborhood and say that. And that's what I did when I moved here. I met I met like regular guys and just said, "Hey, what are you doing? You want to help me, and I'll help you." And so now I've got a network of friends and people I pay to that. We'll do the work ourselves. Well, you guys got YouTube today. You guys go right on YouTube and learn how to do anything. It's kind of cool. So how much does it cost? I would find someone that you could meet that lives in Detroit that could tell you the best places to buy a house. Then I would set aside a budget for buying, maybe $5,000. I would wait for the Wayne County tax auction. And then I would have someone in Detroit look at maybe 30 to 40 addresses, just drive those neighborhoods. Then you whittle the list down to however many houses are in that 30 or 50 houses you're looking for. You start to bid on the house you want in the auction. If you win it, then I would say buy yourself an RV. So you got $5,000 to buy a house. And then I'd get an RV, a shitbox RV. I'd pack all your shit up, move to Detroit or some other city like it. I'd pull it right in the backyard. And then I would be hitting up, any sales that you see at the big box stores. I'd be doing the demo work to start. Buy yourself a dump trailer of some kind, an old beat up dump trailer, and start demoing that house. Get yourself a Tyvek suit and some filters and some gloves, some demo tools. You put a roof on first, right? You make sure that the windows are done. You make sure that the siding is done while you demo the interior, and then you make a small livable space for yourself before winter comes. The next winter, because you'd probably be buying it in October, September, October. You'd buy it. You'd pass papers by January 1. Start doing the demo work and have a livable space in that home, small livable space by the following winter. And you get basic utilities up and running. And if you had a job, you could probably, if you make $50,000 here, $50,000 to $75,000 a year, you're basically wealthy. There's a nightlife here. There's great food. They've got James Baird restaurants everywhere here. If you're a burner, they've got a burning community. They've got music. Some of this world-renowned music in Detroit. There are lots of women here that want to meet someone that's making a difference. Like if you're a single guy out there and you're trying to make a difference, trust me, if you move anywhere, I'm going to tell you, if you're a single guy and you're trying to make a difference in a community, you're going to have women falling over all over you. You'll have like no problem. If you're a guy that likes men, I don't know if you're like gay or something. If you're a woman that's gay, I don't care who you are. If you're just single and you're trying to make a difference in a community, trust me, you're going to attract people. Life will be good. You'll meet community activists. You'll meet all kinds of cool people. Or you live in the suburbs for the rest of your life, and you work in an office cubicle, and you get 2.5 kids, and you get the white picket fence, and you get to bitch about taxes, whatever it is you bitch about, and go down to McDonald's and Applebee's and your local restaurant. I don't know. Some people like that life, and I can respect and understand that. But in my view, you only live once in life, so I don't want to lose. I don't want to like grow old and have not experienced how or growing a community, or like all the things that come along with that. The only other thing that I came to Detroit with specifically was an open mind. Instead of trying, I've dodged a lot of landmines by not trying to have the ideas, but work with people here who have their own ideas, people from here that have their own ideas, and treat people like they're normal human beings. Like, you should never move someplace and be like, hey, I'm better than you, I'm smarter than you, or I don't fucking know, like, I'm a savior or anything like that. You should always be like, what are you doing here? How do I help you do something? You mind me being your neighbor? You want to come over and break bread with me? That kind of stuff is very critical too. You have to be open-minded to new experiences, and you'll find people come out of the woodwork. Like you move into a tough place or a tough community, and you're like, this looks bad, and then you find out that the whole entire street wants the same thing that you want. So how much money do you need? I don't know. Maybe to start, maybe like 10 grand. $5,000 to buy, $5,000 to move here, and then get yourself a job. And they got crazy jobs here in Detroit. If you're here's another crazy one. They have here's another crazy one for you. So they're incentivizing people to move here. So let's say you don't have a college education. I just saw a program that they launched where they'll pay you. Double bottom on the spy right now. They'll pay you to go to school. And so one of these programs they just launched was they'll send you to school to be a welder. And I'm like, man, some welders after like 10, 15 years, you're making 3 figures easily. And it's not a trade that you're going to get hurt in. Mostly you're not going to get hurt in it. And if you join a union or something, you'll make 6 figures. So Michigan does as well. The University of Michigan will pay for a full ride to college. If you excel in school, if your kids excel at school, you'll get a free ride. It's like a top 100 university in the U.S. It's well regarded. So, where you might be paying too much in some other place you might be living now, that suburban community, that's already people have already made their money. If you're looking for opportunity, it's probably in a place like Detroit. Yeah. Guy bought 400 acres for $5K in the 70s. Damn. Leaving the kids. Yeah, trades like welding will always print, man. Yeah, I agree with that too. I'm thinking about most like if you're gonna learn a trade, it's probably like maybe an electrician doesn't get as damaged. A welder. I mean, if you don't want to be picking a trade like I'm a drywaller or I'm working in concrete or I guess concrete can be good if you have an education. It can be, but if you're like a laborer, those trades will kill you. I haven't seen any framers that do well later in life. Not they don't, but unless you get into the management side of things, I've never seen those guys all get real beat up. Oh, no shit, John. Right on, brother. Except for sales, people really need help. Tumbleweed dust land is unaffordable now. Yeah. I just saw Floyd's Garage. I just saw some guy start a YouTube channel. Let me see if I can find this guy. This guy's like trying to build forests in Texas. Like some guy's building forests in Texas. He's buying like 300-acre parcels or something. He just started a YouTube channel. So I went down the rabbit hole on that shit. South Reno rules. I love Reno. You want to be a burner, move to Reno? Yeah, I'm a burner. I'm an old school burner. Yeah, there's tons of Motown music. It's got there's a movement festival here, one of the largest techno festivals in the whole country is here. Yeah, something called Lakes of Fire, big burner community. Tons of music here. Music is unreal. Yeah, 17 Jan, 381, spy entry. Yeah. Yeah, so they've got they have a zombie. Yeah, so that's the thing too. You should always there's a couple cool things you can do. They have, so E-Trading Shorts is talking about a zombie property program too. So you can buy commercial buildings here through a zombie property program that the city owns. And there's another cool one too. There's wherever you live, if you live somewhere other than Detroit, even a nice place, they have these. Some places have courthouse step auctions, where they auction properties off on the courthouse steps for your community. You can sometimes get steals on homes, like steals. Who's asking about Section 8? At some point, this may exterior adoption swinging marks can get ugly. Yeah, I'm not a... And then one day Putin shooting at some dudes and up from the ground they came a bubbling. Yeah, there should be a rally up. We should rally into. We should be rallying here. That's my view. It probably is like a there probably is a point of no return. Let me look on the 1 month here. I mean, there probably is a point of no return where it really starts bloodbathing. Like when do we break trend? It's kind of hard to say. Oh, hold on. Almost got wonky here. We had a low here, we had a low here, a little low here. Do you consider 364 breaking trend? I don't know. Here's 1, here's 2. I guess you'd have to consider the break of this area down here to be break of trend. You'd still in trend. What's crazy, you'd still be in trend as low as 364 down here. Believe it or not, that's still trend. Isn't that wild? Like you can see the low here and here, so you'd still be in trend as low as like 364, 372. We have a gap down here that still hasn't been filled either. You see it down below here? This gap wasn't filled yesterday. We started to fill it 2 days ago. No gap fill yet down below here on S2. So I mean, where does that counter trend rally start? I don't, you could do all this right here and it wouldn't matter. Our price doesn't matter. Let's look at a weekly chart. And you kind of still see this green line right here. This is the 186, but the 200 is right down here too. So you need to break that 200 for IWM for the rut to. If the rut's showing you that we're going to crash or something, you'd still want to see that break of this weekly moving average down here. And you can even just see this white line is. You're still in trend, believe it or not. That sounds bizarre, but you're still, like, so if you're bear, you're still in trend. Even if you were to come down here, the weekly moving average is somewhere like right here. So you could trade down here and still be in trend into the 20th. Does that make sense? Crazy, right? You could still be in this uptrend. And I'd love to see that get closed. If we could get this closed right here. If we can get any of this closed in here, any of this gap down here. We've been trying to close this gap down here for, what, 2 weeks? 3 weeks, right? We talked about closing this gap. If we can get any of this gap closed down here. Or it's not, listen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the gap's lower. Maybe it's that 373. Or maybe we finally did close it back here. So I guess I'm wrong on that. This is the gap that we haven't closed. Or we did end up closing that gap below. So now we just have this one new gap right here. So we'll keep our eyes on S2. I thought that gap was still open. The one that was at 373 down here. I thought that gap was still open, but they did close it. Dude, dead day. I haven't taken a single trade today. Nothing. Look at that. Look at that dog shit. Nothing all day long. There's the gap is, hold on. The gap is right here. I don't know if I can make it transparent. We'll leave that here though and look for it. Here's a gap right here. This is where the gap is. You can see VWAP starting to scream higher here. Nice. So the Ukraine presidential advisor, Russian forces must leave the occupied territories. Only then will it have a temporary truce. Not unexpected to hear Ukraine say that. I'm going to try to buy some calls down here. I think I might want to get a call spread down here. I'm gonna look at a call spread right now in the background. Don't squeeze up yet. Mm-mm. 1 month. Bullish. It's like February 24th. Generate trades. Let me look at give me a second here, guys. I just want to look at the month again. So 389, there's a gap above here. There's a small gap. I don't know if you can see it here. See it right there? It's that small gap right there. There's a gap right here. And there's a gap right here. Mm, 374, 378. Let's see here. 374. And then 386. Strike. Doesn't pay that well.
UK Foreign Minister cleverly says we are moving pretty fast on resolving the Northern Ireland Protocol.
There's 224. I'm looking at
just under a minute remaining. I'll lead with the bid to cover ratio for the 4-week bills.
224 right there. That's kind of what I'm looking at right now. So if we went down and came back up, it would only need to print any of this area here. Or anything, any of this from here. We need to print from here to here. It's not that much money though. It's 675, risk 675, make 522. It doesn't print that great. Let me see if I can adjust it. 377. Slightly better. This one is 377. Right here is money. $377, $386 is $490. You make $410. 48% chance of profitability. If you were to go 380, it's getting better. $380, $386 call spread is risk 315 for 285. It's much riskier though. It's much riskier. 387. That's a pretty fucking sweet deal though. You need to be, what is that, 380? No, that's not that great. That's not that good of a deal.
2 to 79, 2 to 79, 4-week high yield, 4 spot 1%, 4 spot 1%.
386.
US sells $46 billion in 4-week bills, awards 30 spot 47% of bids at high.
Trying to think if we had a bloodbath, would it come back up and at least tag up here? We've hit a bloodbath, and this is what we saw right here. 371, 380. I mean, this isn't even that bad. So if you were to take a 371, 380 call for the 24th, you could do like a 371 and a 380 call spread. Oh no. You're selling one and you're selling and buying one, but The idea would be that you would cut one side of that trade loose if we ever go up here. If we start going like this, cut one side of the trade loose. You'd have to manage this trade. The cool part is that it's 556 to make 344. And it's a winner as long as you're by the 24th you're at 371. So if you had like a bloodbath, it would still print. Yeah, if you had like a death defying bloodbath down here, it would still print that trade. I'm looking at you'd have to manage it though. You'd have to. So like, you could do or you could write. You'd buy a 371 call, 371C. Sell a 380C. Close the 380C. If we start ramping. Ramping. Above. Probably above 385 or so. Something like that. Yeah, you'd have to cut one side loose. And that would print not great money. If you managed it, it would print decent money. That's a fairly good trade. Hold on a second, I'll show it to you. There's the trade right there. Risk 556, make 344. You know, you make your 556 back. I don't know if you know that, but you make the 556 and then you actually make an extra 344 on top of it. If you look for time, this is January 5th. Your max losses are below 371.10. But if you swing high at any point between now and February 24th, you'd make $142 at 379. If you break above 380 at any point heading towards the end of your spread, your max gain is right there. You start making max gain at 379, 380.39. So if you think we can maintain or get up to 380 for part of earnings season, you'd be doing well. You probably have to hold this thing, though, right to the end, which sucks. I don't like holding this shit to the end. Not a bad trade, though. I guess unless you thought we were going to have a market meltdown. If you thought we were having a market meltdown, then don't bother. Let's look at put spreads on SPY for March 17th. Let's look at some put spreads. I think I already did this the other day, but let's do 3-month put spreads. Bearish. March, not 31st. You want to be wary of, you want to do like March 17th because it'll likely pin into the 31st. So like March 17th, or if you do it for the 31st, you'd want to You want to close them by the 17th. Debit put spread. Oh yeah, there's some good money to be made down there. No, I don't want to adjust the order, but I don't want to buy it. 354. Oh yeah, that's a good. Oh man. Oh yeah, that's a good one. 329. 350. Dude, that's a sick ass trade right there too. It's a pretty baller trade. March 17th. Max gains is anything below 349. There's your new low down there. So you'd be in the money retesting lows. That's actually a fucking kick-ass trade. It's like 100% trade, retesting the lows by March 17th. And more than 100%, it's like 130% or something, 140%. Max gains if we start hemorrhaging. Start getting nasty now. Start getting that beer on. I think that's why you're seeing like retail traders are just like fucking and buying puts. Retail traders are like, I don't care. I'm gonna go on ski vacation and place my puts and go to my bunker and wait until March. Hello, Molly, my old friend. You know the female bred trade voice that Brian Watt uses. Oh, hold on. Dirt bike riders in the streets. I'm looking at two strike. I'm looking at two different trades. I'm looking for a February 24th call spread in the money. I think it's 370, 380, somewhere in there. And then I'm looking for a March 17th put spread. That's 350, 379, expiring March 17th. Two different spreads. Did you have a chance to look at that gold indicator, Winky? Yeah, let me look at the I've got the put spread up. I'm looking at it right now. It's like 371, 370. I think it might be 373, 380 on the call side. February 24th.
Treasury 30-year yield 3.8% after a racing increase to 3.87%.
I'm gonna go look at the news real quick. I thought Glass Onion. I don't normally like. What's that guy's name? Who's the director of that movie on Glass Onion? I don't normally like his. Sometimes I like his stuff, and sometimes I don't. And sometimes I have to watch his stuff 2 or 3 times to kind of like it. And I don't think I liked the first Glass Onion movie. I don't recall that I liked it. The first Knives Out. I don't think I dug it. But I don't mind the self. It was really weird. People were saying that people were trashing it because it shit on Elon Musk, and I was like, so you're saying that? I always like stuff that's self-depreciating. I don't like or I don't mind watching like self-depreciating movies and stuff like that. I think that shit's kind of funny. So I don't know why people are trying to associate it with pissing on Elon Musk, and I was like, I would, if I was Elon, I would like that movie. I think it'd be great. But that's just me. Hey Jill, how are you? Let me put Bookmap back up for you. Yeah, Nomi is saying to buy. Nomi's saying that these dips are to be bought. Nimoy is saying, not Nomi. Nimoy is saying these dips are to be bought. Nice job, John. Good morning, Jill. Hope everything is well with you. Yeah, I thought Glass Onion was good. I haven't always liked his movies. I feel like they put him in the wrong. Like I didn't care for the Star Wars shit. I think I would have liked his take on Star Wars if he had the franchise from the beginning of that 3-part series. But I don't like that they just threw him into like part 2 or something. And then I didn't like his Predator movie, and then I rewatched it last week after watching The Glass Onion. It wasn't bad. It was like a good popcorn movie. Yeah, Anna de Armas. You know what I watched last night was I watched The Menu, and it was great up until the end. It was great up until the end. I think other people have said that. And there was a little bit too much on the nose. There was some on the nose stuff about it that I didn't care for. But that's common in movies right now. We have really bad writing in film right now. Yeah, John. Jill's in the house. Right on, Joe. Good to see you. You're traveling full time? That's awesome sauce. I felt like it drained my brain. You know, if you can't take I know that movie struck a chord with people. So I get it. You watched the first 3 and then after. Oh, I'm watching John and Jill hang out. We all miss Jill. We talk about Jill, just so you know, we talk about you in stream when you're not here, by the way. We're like, where's Jill Nieto? Otello. You just had the story, the plot. Yeah, I didn't think of it as like I didn't think it was a great film. So I'm not going to rank it up there with you need to rewatch it. But for like passing the time, I've seen worse the past couple of years. I didn't like the first one at all. The first one I fell asleep or turned it off. I was like, this isn't doing it for me. What's that? Let me find out what the director's name is. I always forget his name. I think I've met this guy before, too. I think I met him once in Santa Fe. Yeah, Rion. I could be wrong on that. I keep swear I've met this guy before. So, Knives Out, didn't care for it. Star Wars Last Jedi. That whole series I would have been fine with Star Wars just being an homage, or even if they refilmed, even if they just remade the original Star Wars trilogy, I'd been fine with that. Looper was great. That was a good movie. And then he did. So Looper was good. What else has he done? Oh, he directed LCD Sound System video. I got to give him props for that. They're one of my jams, baby. Producer, yeah, he's not. Let me see here. Writer, producer. Trying to see what else he's I thought he had more. I thought he's been a director in more films, but it looks like he hasn't been. I thought he had more directorial experience, but it doesn't look like he has. I thought he was on Predator for some reason. I thought he did Predator, but I guess I'm wrong. I don't know why I said that Predator movies. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. Is it The Predator? Who directed that film? For some reason, I thought that was him, and I'm fucking wrong on that. The Predator 2018 director. Shane Black. That's another guy where I'm like, Shane Black. I'm like, so I'm mixing up Rian Johnson and Shane Black. Some of his stuff I like, and some of his stuff I can pass on. He's like hit or miss for me. The Nice Guys, I've had to watch it like 5 times to like it. People love that movie. I was like, it's okay. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang was awesome. Long Kiss Goodnight is actually fondly looked back upon. He did The Last Boy Scout, or he did the screenplay for The Last Boy Scout. He wrote The Long Kiss Goodnight. He wrote The Predator. Did he direct The Predator as well? It's weird how these guys put their names on shit and then they don't. Director. Okay, so what did he direct? Yeah, he directed The Predator. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang was a good movie. I'll give him that. So I mixed those guys up. Shane Black, Rian Johnson. Yeah, we're watching paint dry over here, boys and girls. I didn't know if you knew that or not. We're talking about everything but the stock market right now. So you're getting better buy-sell indicators on ES than you are on SPY. So it's the ES versus SPY. Yes, Dylan, that's what we're doing, brother. Yeah, wait, Rings of Power was the weird one. Rings of Power, man. I don't know. Like, there really is bad writing right now. There's really, really bad writing out there. And then there's the whole argument that like you're just a misogynist, and it's just not true. Like, the hero's tale can be told with anyone in the lead, women, man, doesn't matter. It's really bizarre. Like, entertainment's a really bizarre place, in a really bizarre place for me right now. It's really bad writing. You know, the other bizarre thing of it too is like The Hobbit was not good either, and it just wasn't good. So I have no problem calling out, I don't know, male-centric movies that are just terrible. Yeah, they kind of messed with. There's like, there's some parts that they didn't follow with the original Lord of the Rings trilogy to the books, exactly to the books, but what they kept in, they did well. And then they basically rewrote the story of the Rings of Power. You can't spend the budget of a major motion picture for a TV series and not have it become a cultural icon. And you can give any reason in the world that you want. You can say whatever you want. But you can't spend that kind of money on a property and have it not become a cultural icon. So you saw Game of Thrones become a cultural icon. I know that the later seasons were shit upon, but it became a cultural icon. You look at Stranger Things, a female lead, right? Stranger Things was a female lead, became a cultural icon. So Aliens, cultural icon. So if you're spending the money for a cultural icon, it has to become a cultural icon. And when it doesn't, you can make any excuse you want in the book. You know what it's like if any of you have ever played competitive sports, any of you have ever gone to school for and earn grades on a very high level. There's no excuse. Anything in life, I guess. If your job, you work at a high level, I don't think it matters. I think if you're like, hey, I'm the world's best speller. I'm in spelling bees all the time. At that level that there's no second place. And when I was younger, I was very competitive, and in my mind, in my brain, in my heart, if I wasn't the best, it was never good enough. And film is no different. Television, no different. There are some examples out there where like TV series will get better after the first season or so, but this is money, right? So these you want to become a cultural icon, man. If you're going to spend the most money on a TV series, you can't make up excuses. You can say whatever you want. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see better storylines in video games. There's also like there's a movement, you guys see it. There's a movement away from film and movies becoming tentpole movies. So it's like an experience, like the MCU and all that. And you don't see risk being taken by major movie studios. You see it in TV too. And there's a behind the scenes war going on right now.
Freddie Mac says the US 30-year fixed mortgage rate 6.48% for January the 5th versus the 6.42% for the prior week.
There's this really bizarre under the surface. You've got young children right now, and somewhat up into even up to like 40, 50 years old, there's been a transition to content that's immediate and content that is all the time. So you just want more to consume, more, and your attention spans are becoming even smaller and smaller, right? So you've got all that going on in the background, and so you've got creators like musicians, you've got actors, you've got writers, you've got all these content creators that are moving away from the studio systems, like the writers, the singers. They're moving into social media, TikTok, Twitch, YouTube. You see the impact in the quality of content produced on movies and TV specifically. You see more repetitiveness than ever in top 40 kind of stuff in music. And then very smart and wealthy people see this as well. So there's even a war going on for the control of that talent on social media. You saw Mr. Beast go on Twitter just a couple weeks ago. Elon for a brief moment tried to ban posting to competitor hosting sites, and then rescinded it within a few hours, I think. But that is the intent, to go there at some point for Elon and everyone else. This includes like Google. It includes the fight with Chat GPT. And who controls that next wave of content? You see it on YouTube. You see very highly produced content on YouTube right now. If you look at some of the content that you're consuming on YouTube, there's serious money behind some of this content, and it's not for a payoff today. It's for a payoff a decade from now. So even like the shine that movies once had is gone, right? So, and you're seeing it with the tentpole movies, and you're seeing it with no risk being taken in movie making, and you're seeing it with who's in charge of what is entertainment. It's changing hands right now too. I'd probably look back in a decade or two, and it'll probably take a decade or two for like the full golden era or golden age of, well, it's not golden. The golden age of YouTube was a decade ago, but the golden age for the young generations is going to be centered around, like these TikTok type environments, Twitch and VR to some extent, Tencent, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, we had Bullard speaking earlier this morning too at 8 a.m. Yeah, if you look at you can see the steep drop off in movie quality. It started in like 2015, 2016, and 17. As a matter of fact, I was looking through my movie library yesterday. The internet was off, so I'm like, I'll take a look. I have an intranet in my house. So I have like intranet. I have like Wikipedia on a server, and I've got music and YouTube videos, like long format YouTube videos and pictures and movies and TV shows and audiobooks and ebooks and all kinds of nonsense. So if like the internet ever goes down, it's for sailing. So if you go sailing, you don't have the internet. You want to have an intranet for yourself, like a mini internet. So I was looking through my movie catalogs yesterday, and there's like a giant black hole during COVID of quality films. And then I noticed that my movies from 2021 and 2022 were very low as well. Like I have some movies, but not ones that I'd rewatch again. And so then I looked at last night. I took a minute to look through the year in review for 2022, and I was shocked at how slim the pickings were for movies that I was like, yeah, this will be a great movie to rewatch in 5 years or 10 years. There weren't many, even post COVID. Especially when you look back at other years, and you look back at like early 2000s, mid 2000s, 1990s, 1980s, 1970s. Some of the worst TV is probably the 50s and 60s, in my view. I could probably relate it to that time period. You guys want to see a larger look at Bookmap right here? Switch back to the regular mainstream. Go-Go's about to start squeezing here. I should have mentioned that. Nice little squeeze play on Go-Go. A couple targets up above. Got some sellers. Previously here. Giant gap above at 16. That's Go-Go. Has some velocity behind it. Breaking above the trigger on the 186 at 1507. Price target above 1557. Close the gap at 1608. We'll look at some others real quick. This might be worth at least watching. This is SNDL. Sold right here. One. Buyers sold up. Buyers took it up. Buyers took it up. Push. read some headlines out to you real quick. Putin orders a surprise 36-hour ceasefire for Orthodox Christmas. Looks like Kiev is not going to honor the ceasefire. Life after Elon Musk. Tesla's board takes heat over CEO succession planning. Stocks stay lower as data to keep pressure on Fed market wrap. You can read that one too if you want. I'm going to read this to you from Bloomberg. U.S. stock futures turned lower and Treasury yields spiked higher after a private payrolls report showed the American labor market remains strong. So that was from this morning. Contracts on the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 slumped after U.S. firms added more jobs than forecast in December, according to data from ADP Research Institute in collaboration with Stanford Digital Economy Lab. The 10-year Treasury yield climbed to 3.73%. Yeah, we knew that. And Europe gains in miners and retailers offset a drop in media shares. A rally in Chinese mainland and Hong Kong equity gauges was helped by news the border with China will gradually reopen. Investors are now looking at non-farm payrolls on Friday for further clues on the labor market and its implications for monetary policy after Fed minutes showed officials cautioned against underestimating their will to keep interest rates high for some time. Traders are still pricing in rate cuts by end 2023. Pricing in the market still shows that investors continue to bet that the Fed will start cutting rates before end of this year. That's the end of 2023, says IPEC Ozark-Deskia, a senior analyst at Swissquote Bank. Yes, there are some data pointing at slowing economic activity in the U.S., but the jobs market, which is closely watched by the Fed, remains surprisingly tight. Elsewhere, crude oil clawed back some losses after falling 9.5% in the last 2 days, with traders assessing the outlook for China's demand and the impact of cold U.S. weather on inventories. Key events coming up this week is Eurozone retail sales, CPI, consumer confidence on Friday, Germany factory orders on Friday, U.S. non-farm payrolls, factory orders, durable goods on Friday. Not seeing much else. I'm probably going to end up taking a break here. I want to see us, somewhere down in here. I've got some call spreads set up. I've got a put spread set up in the background. The call spread is what I'm most interested in, somewhere down in here. If we can get this gap closed down here, we got this gap down here. It's just kind of teasing us. That's what that yellow bar is. I'll write this in for you. I'm going to make some phone calls. I'm going to try to give a call out. I got to call some people right now. I'm going to call James Rowland, see how he wasn't feeling well this past week. There's a gap right here that needs to be filled. Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. And I'll look at I'll take a walk around the menu. I'll take a walk around the market real quick. TLT is still staying nice and strong. There's an argument here for TLT. We're going to talk about TLT real quick. Let's first go over TLT. So TLT should have a good year. I want you, if you're trading TLT this year, we're going to look over a daily chart on TLT. Oh, I didn't know my phone's been blowing up. I didn't even realize it. So if you're going to trade TLT this year, try to come up with a plan that's somewhat like a buyable for the rest of the year. No, trash. Some kind of we're gonna talk about this right now, so you can't say I didn't tell you so. So I want you to look at TLT for the rest of the year as kind of like a. So here's December over here. Look at TLT as the kind of thing where, and this can get higher, of course. I should raise this up. Think of TLT this year as kind of like a, you buy the dip, 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 and you might not see that last blast off into until end of year. So something more like sideways and up. Tradable bottoms the whole way up into, and this would probably rise over the year. You'd probably take this little yellow bar here, and you'd raise it up to the next bottom. So we start here, then move up as time goes on. But think of it more of a sideways and up trade, and then one full blast off towards end of year up here. That's all I got. That's all I've got on TLT. I'm here. You've got what you've got what I posted about gold earlier. Everybody got my gold thing earlier. As a matter of fact, that looks fucking gorgeous. Look at that. Look at that TLT trade in a 5-minute. So I don't know why that's not showing. So I've got like 2 instances of this is the instance you guys all know on TLT. It's gorgeous. Look at that beautiful chart. It's almost perfection right there. Look at that gorgeous chart. Absolutely stunning. It's a beautiful thing right there. I don't know why it's not on both instances, but probably isn't doing the work here in the background. My phone's blowing up again. Hold on one second here. HYG and JNK are kind of back in that.
So according to the Wall Street Journal, crypto lender Genesis lays off 30% of staff in the second round of layoffs.
See if I can bring that back up. Leave that right there for you. I'm looking around the net right here. Nice place to dip by XLF. Nice place to dip by Tesla right now. And Dixie's coming into resistance right now. Now, give me like 5 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break. I've got some text messages and phone calls coming in. All right, so just give me a second here, guys. You're going to be looking for... Be looking for this blue line right here to be coming up, okay? As long as we stay above the blue line, right? So I set this as a green line, but remember, as long as you stay above the blue line right here, this will be valid, okay? So you want to see, you have to be able to see some kind of a consolidation here.
Japan's Trade Minister Nishimura says Japan will reinforce cooperation with the US on technology export controls.
And let's look at the 5 minute real quick. We need to stay above this 5 minute. See this blue line right here? So I'm gonna draw this out for you too, okay? You know what happens in here is sometimes you'll get like the 5 minutes of grinding in here. You know, when this blue line, this 5 minutes.
Japan's Trade Minister Nishimura says we are determined to vigorously support semiconductor cooperation
down below
with the United States.
Right? As long as we break up here, we'll make an attack above. So you see that blue line that I'm putting in there, right? And then we'll look in the 15 minute. We're actually going to raise this one up here. Okay. You'll have some volatility at VWAP. Right here. I'm not going to draw anything in VWAP. You already know that. You should know that you're going to catch volatility at VWAP. Here's the 1 minute. A little blue line that I've got there is the 5 minute in here. So we'll raise this up now. Let's put that right there. That's the 5 minute. Don't forget VWAP. There's a lot of volatility here. This blue line has to hold. If it doesn't hold, you go right back into the dog shit again. I'm going to go back to my break again. I got to make a couple phone calls. just heads up, have more buyers than sellers right now as well.
Japan's Trade Minister Nishimura says I expect G7 leaders to discuss responses to economic coercion at the summit in May. ECB's Villeroy says we will remain at the terminal rate for as long as necessary and says it would be desirable to reach the terminal interest rate by summer, but it is too soon to say at what level, and says we need to pragmatic and guided by data without fetishism for too much mechanical rate increases. Villeroy says the ECB should aim to reach a terminal rate by summer.
So in 10 minutes time now at 1:20 p.m. Eastern time, we are expecting comments from St. Louis, said President Bullard, who discusses the economy and monetary policy at an event hosted by the CFA Society in St. Louis and the St. Louis Rotary Club as well. So text is expected and a Q&A with both the audience and the media. So regarding media availability, the registration link is no longer available to register for this event online. We'll see if there is anybody streaming this. We are shortly expecting the results from the Fed reverse repo facility. Also 5 minutes away, we're expecting comments from St. Louis Fed President Bullard, who's going to be discussing the economy and monetary policy during an event hosted by the CFA Society and St. Louis Rotary Club as well. The text and Q&A are both expected for Feds Bullard in about just under 5 minutes time now. So again, in terms of media availability, online tickets are no longer available to view this, and there does not seem to be anybody live streaming this event. $106 counterparties take $2.242 trillion. So 1 minute remaining. Ten seconds. The Fed's Bullard says Fed transparency has lowered financial stability risks. Inflation is still too high, but it is moderating. Job market remains strong. US GDP likely moderating to a potential of around 2%. Says inflation expectations are consistent with the Fed's 2% target. Fed policy not yet restrictive, but will be soon with more hikes. Contained inflation expectations also moderating inflation pressures. Inflation likely to moderate in 2023, and Fed action with prospect of more hikes is helping dampen inflation. So just noting some upside movement in the S&P 500 and some downside movement in the dollar following these comments from Fed's Bullard. So again, Fed's Bullard did mention US GDP likely moderating to a potential of around 2%, and inflation expectations consistent with the Fed's 2% target.
Whammo! Whammo! Pimp it, baby. Slap that ass. Damn. Yeah, how'd you guys like them apples? Damn. Bear trapper.
So again, we did just note there the S&P 500 paired losses as Fed's Bullard stated that inflation is likely to moderate this year. It lost down around spot 7%, still down on the session. So according to the information, Twitter lays off engineers working on the ad team.
All right, so I'm just gonna jump on real quick with you guys. So I want to be hyper aware with you guys about something here, okay? So just take a look on these triggers here, okay? This is the hourly trigger right here, and I want you to just look back in time here, right? Where we slammed up right to the hourly trigger. Watch my cursor over here. See this hourly trigger back here? And I want you to see this, okay? So what we ended up doing is we blasted up, and then we reversed off, and then we got the second blast up above here into the bell. That doesn't mean we're going to get this second green candle here, but I want you to see this blue line is here. So if we get this rip up to this orange here, you could see a reversal candle and then a move higher. So just be conscious of this hourly trigger here. It's very bullish above the hourly candle here, this red box, this orange box, switching. But just so you go back to a 15-minute, so I just want you to realize that we're coming into it right now. And we're very bullish right here. This is the 15-minute trigger. You see that we're trading above the blue mark now. The blue mark's going to come up and want to slam us up into where this actual hourly is coming down to where that orange is right there. So just be conscious of it. You could see something like, let's say, the slam higher, and then you'd be looking for that next move higher into the bell here. Just know that there's some forces at play here in the background that you might not be aware of, okay? Just be conscious of it. You've got the VWAP coming back up as well, and things could get very wily on the 1, the 5, the 15, in the 1 hour here as we come up. Just be conscious of the forces that are at play behind the scenes in the market here. You guys understand what I'm saying? Y'all get me? y'all understanding what's going on with these boxes all mean back here? And we have this tool coming out to you soon. I actually have this tool. You guys are going to get this tool with velocity and all that kind of stuff from me at some point, or us. Not me, us. It's not even my tool. So I'm going to put the Bookmap back on for you, see if the sellers are coming back in, if we can break above this.
The Kremlin spokesman cast doubt on the ceasefire rejection by Ukraine's President Zelensky's aide, says that he doubts he speaks for Zelensky, according to Interfax.
I'm very grateful that some of you guys out there follow every day. I want you all to know that you guys can see this happening in real time on your own. You guys are very aware of what's happening. I appreciate that. It means you guys know what's up. Just want you guys to know something seriously. That shit makes my day, that you guys are like already know what's up. All right, so I've got James Rowland here. If you guys don't know who he is, check him out on Twitter. I think it's J Rowland 17 on Twitter. But I've got this screener up for you guys on TradingView to take a look at. This is the S&P 500, and he's going to talk to you about it here right now. Go ahead, James.
So get on the 1 minute. Can you switch it to the 1 minute?
I don't think that I can. Maybe.
Oh wait, you are on the 1 minute. So scroll in.
Let me see what I can do. That's as close as I can do right here. Does that work?
You can't zoom in. Okay, so I have to figure out how to get you to be able to zoom in.
You want to talk to them about breaking above here at least, this 381.0, or at least this purple line right here, 381.32, what it means if we break above this.
So you guys could see the reactions. This is a very low liquidity environment, low velocity environment. So yeah, you're not going to see as strong reactions as when you break above the hourly trigger, but you could see bears. Maybe zoom in. Just no way for you to zoom on this.
Not right now. You can see how they're selling it as we approach the hourly trigger up here, right? So there's an expectation that they're going to try to come back in. And can you see this right here?
Yeah. So the blue is the daily trigger.
Yeah.
The purple is the hourly trigger, and you can see bears defending it currently as we speak. Multiple rejections right there on the hourly trigger. So, that's where they're defending right now. If we see capitulation of bears at the hourly trigger, then the door opens again, trip to the daily trigger, which is the blue line. So bears are going to keep fighting. Sorry. Bears are going to keep fighting that. And
try to set it right back down here.
But there is purchasing support today. Very nice purchasing support actually. So you're not gonna see like a free fall currently. Below 379 is purchasing support. On the hedging heat map for SPY. So it'll either be eventually taken out, just eaten through at the ask. But if bulls could just push above the HT right here, then we can see a rally up towards 387.
Yeah,
like we have
386. 386. It's dropping in the hour to like 386 flat.
Yeah, it's gonna drop every day a bit.
And then the other thing is, well, this is the same thing at closes, right? We're closing on like a super high up here, and everything looks bullish as fuck, and then they sell it back down by open, right? They do this bullshit by next day. You get like that ramp, the 1 minute, the 5 minute, the 15 minutes coming up. The hourly looks great on yesterday's hourly. If I was telling James earlier, oh no, I don't know if it was James or Joe, but someone earlier, I was like, yesterday's close, I probably would have lost 20 grand. I would have probably carried a call into that close yesterday and woken up this morning with this nonsense right here on your screener that you see.
I'm going to try to see if I can send it to you where you could actually zoom in and out.
Let me...
doesn't make sense that you can't.
Yeah, I can't... and you can see the price here. And the background is... Right now, you want to hold 380.14. So I'm going to raise this blue bar up for you guys out there. Right here, you want to hold this right here. As long as this blue box holds right now, we still have a move higher. So I want you guys to see this here. As long as we hold this, we still have that. This is still a viable trade, I guess. Right in here.
Hold on, I could. Here, this is much better. 1 second.
And this green line is representing that. I could probably adjust that. Let me
Okay, I sent you a new one. Try it now.
No, hold on a second here. I'm gonna try to send me one right now. All right, hold on. James, hold on, brother. Okay. Do you see it on the? Yeah, we're gonna have a little bit of a delay here when you see this.
Can you zoom now?
I think I can.
Okay, well, you got the labels now on the side.
What do you want me to bring up?
No, you're good. I'm saying yeah, okay, now you can zoom perfect. So I like to view it. Yeah, zoom out a bit more.
Zoom in or out?
Zoom in, sorry.
Like this?
Hold on, it's going to be a drop delayed for me. No, okay, it's a drop delayed for me, but I like to zoom all the way in. Yeah, okay. Now I'd take it out a drop. No, now that's too much. Yeah, bring that back down a little bit more. A little bit more. Yeah, just about that. And I'd widen it. No, I'd keep I'd pull the numbers down. Yeah, just about that. Yeah, perfect. So you could you could clearly see Bears defending that hourly trigger.
Yeah, so they're defending this purple right here. They're trying to tell you.
Yeah.
That they don't.
So you got that bounce off the 1 minute trigger, which is the gold line. You got the blue line for support. In case it comes back down. And what you want to see for like an epic squeeze above is you want to see this coil until the 1 minute trigger, until the 5 minute trigger moves up all the way. You want to see the 5 minute trigger keep leading price up. And if the 5 minute trigger pushes price through the hourly trigger, you'll get a squeeze to like 386.
So you want to see this. You want to see this happen here.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you want to see this happen here. Tell me if I'm doing this right here. And you want this price to lead up here to get that epic squeeze. If at any point it fails, this confluence here, you're going to have a pretty nasty sell down here. You don't want to get that sell down. Hold on here.
Yeah, and that would be called a 3 trigger cluster. So you want the triggers to cluster together, and then it'll be the start of a big move in one direction, whether it goes up or down. But once the 3 triggers cluster together and price breaks up or down, you usually get a really strong, trending, powerful move for like a couple of days.
Okay, and they're going to keep attempting. We've done this for 9 sessions now, right? Basically.
Yeah. So that's the fight. That's what's really going on behind the scenes.
If we break below this orange line, is that pretty bad? Or you're what I'm seeing is we have more buyers than sellers down below here. So I'm like, yeah, even if we did roll this over, you're saying the epic squeeze could be up or down, or are you saying that it would just revert?
I'm saying you see how you keep getting those bounces. So if the triggers cluster together, all within like 10 cents of each other, and then SPY breaks down, then you're not going to get that same bounce. Then you're going to get a full breakdown.
Okay.
Most likely. That's the most likely scenario. Because there's going to be too much force behind it. Because
So I need to start rotating between this trigger, then this trigger. And then you would get the full breakdown at some point.
Yeah. So, before you could see bears leading price down on the 5 minute trigger all the way since the gap down.
Yeah.
So from this morning, you could see the bears had control of the 5 minute trigger, and on that pop, bulls just took control. So now they have control of the 5 minute trigger. So now you want to see bulls keep defending that 5 minute trigger, leading price up and pushing it through the hourly trigger. Because here, if you pull it back up for a second, I'll show you.
And this purple line here, this purple trigger line is really, yeah, you can see it in previous. You guys see this here on YouTube, right? See this purple line how explosive it becomes when we break above this purple move here. How big this move becomes. You can see it again back here. I shouldn't be using the red on this because we're thinking we're going up, but you can see this giant move here, right? You can see this giant squeeze here. Same down here. I think this was the day we were talking about just a few minutes ago. Same kind of move up here. And so we're trying to get above this orange line right here as well for some kind of a move like that. Of course, we were thwarted. This is all week, right? Or no, this is just today.
So,
So 381.26 is the trigger, right? Is what you're saying? Or
yeah,
no?
so while the 5-minute trigger is so far below, there's not enough strength to push above the hourly trigger. But what you need is the 5-minute trigger to lead up and just keep bopping price up until it pushes through the hourly trigger, and that's when bulls will be in full control. Because bulls will have control of all 3 triggers. Right now, bulls have control of the 5, but they don't have control of the hourly.
So I'm going to write trigger right here and put it on the chart. So they'd probably blow right through this 382 then. This 382 wouldn't be anything, would it? You'd probably go straight to 386. So we'll actually raise this to somewhere above. It's kind of how big of a move this would be. To R1. I think this is where we're at here. And we'd actually move this up right here. It would be a relentless move above. I think I got that right. I could be wrong, but see if you can see that on publicly.
All right, I gotta run, but
yeah, all right. Sweet. I tagged it on. I tagged it right here. So as long as these bears give it up right here, it's gonna be a massive squeeze. All right, thanks. I appreciate it, brother. Take it, easy, man. Yeah. Well, Winky, I mean, on let me see here. In the last 5 days, so the last 5 days we had expansion here. We had expansion in price here. We had a expansion in price here. We didn't actually get the trade, and then the pivots for today are pretty pretty big. I mean, if you look at the expansion in range here, I mean, it might not seem like it's a lot, but you're talking about, I mean, that's a pretty big. R3 is, R2 is at, or R3, S3 is at 374.71. That's a pretty big range right there, right? R3 is way up here. So you're talking about an implied move of like this right here. Sorry. So the implication is that, or Winky's saying that you could see a move from 374 to 395 or something. But even just the implied move from the market makers is, something like this. You can kind of see that. And they've got the implied move here, right down here, right? You can kind of see the implication of where range expansion is going. So Winky's pointing that out to you in chat. So it's going to happen. We already got down to 378. So it doesn't seem like this is irrational to say you'll see 386 today or even higher in the next couple days. I don't think it's irrational. This is a pretty fat range right here. Yeah, just sell a bunch of 390. I'd be selling 400 Cs, and I'd be fucking selling. I'd be selling 393 Cs would work, and then selling a bunch of 370s or below 370s, 360. No, I'd be selling 362 and lower. 362 and lower puts. Like 360 to 350 Ps, I'd be selling those by the basket full. And then I'd be selling like 400 Cs above.
Fitzbillard says that money supply data bodes well for lower inflation.
Dude, what's up with the robots over on the News Squawk today? I guess we could turn this one green too. We don't even need to make this red. Just make this green. And it's very supportive. You've got way more buyers than sellers right now, so it's not like we're not supportive here. I'm going to change that to green because we do have more buyers than sellers right now. So they're buying all this up. They're not selling this, I can assure you of that. I'm getting like robot. Are you guys, does the News Squawk sound like robots right now? Or is it just me? I am a robot. This trigger too, respect it. If we can't get above this trigger, so what he's saying to you is, if this gets rejected and comes back down and we break below this blue line right here, normally it would get ugly. You'd normally break through here. But right now we've got real money buying, so there's an implication that we're not going to do that. It's just going to, it should just reject down here and get bought again one more time. And you can see that in the order flow. Was normal until the Fed meeting. We are now robots. We got destroyed. And the thing that sucks about this too is every fucking, sorry for swearing, but every fucking close for what? 9 sessions? It doesn't matter if you're chasing a hole into the close or you're chasing a rip into the close. They're selling it by next day. It's like this. I couldn't trade yesterday. Like could have traded, but I couldn't. I had my phone on me, but I didn't have internet, and so I had internet at 5:30
Billard
p.m.
says, I highly doubt any chance coming for inflation target setting. So sorry, that's Fitzbillard saying, I highly doubt any change coming for the inflation target setting.
So inside that close yesterday, I went and looked real quick, and I was like, I was pissed off. I was actually pissed. I was like, fuck, I didn't fucking put some 0-day calls in the market. And then this morning I woke up and I was like, it's going to gap up. In my mind, I was like, they're going to gap this shit up. They don't care about the news. Like, they're going to blast this shit so high into the open. They're going to shrug it right off. Any bad news is going to turn into good news this morning. And they didn't. They sold it. They sold that shit down like this. And I was like, oh man, I probably would have lost 20 grand. That's how good it looked. Yesterday's bell looked banging. It was set up to run. What is real money buying? Right down here. Right down here, you can see them. Buyers and sellers of the underlying. Like they're buying physical stock right now. SPY is being bought by banks. Right now, this morning, I showed you this morning that you have two things happening in the market. We talked about this on January 2nd as well, that on January 2nd, the same thing was happening. You had all strength being sold into by small, by retail people, by small hedge funds. You got like any strength was being sold into, but not by banks. The banks are buying the underlying of this market. They're buying the stonk in XLF, right? In banks, they're buying the underlying in communications, healthcare. I can show it to you. I showed it to you this morning on the sector distribution. So they're not even. They bought a little bit of utilities, but they're buying everything that's risky. So you're seeing the buying of the market from large banks, and you're seeing a counter action by smaller interests loading up on puts, loading up, shorting the market early. So they're a little early right now in shorting the market. I don't think that they care though, because I think they're like, my time horizon is middle of March. So what do I care if it goes up to 400 or 390? I don't care. I just place my bets and come back. Retail traders also like, well, what if it just does roll over right now? We don't actually get to 390. I might as well put my bet on right now, go down to my bunker, close the door, and come back in middle of March. So that'll make sense too. You've already been told by JPM, we're fucking selling 4060. That they've told you. We're selling that number. So if we get up there, I think that's 403 or something. So they're already waiting above to sell into this supposedly with their hedge, unless the market condition changes. So it's not like we got a ton of room to go higher. Does that make sense? No, I got the data. I showed it this morning before it opened. I showed it on Tuesday before open. You can see it. It's plain as day. It's public information. You can see that the banks, the big banks, the prime banks, are buying the market into ER season. They don't care if they sell it off above over there. They're going to trade the possibility of a move higher right now, and they'll sell the market whenever they feel like it. So the moment they see some shit come out, shit earnings come out, they'll sell it down. I think Volwiz brought this up on Tuesday. I think Volwiz said, if you're a bear...
Fed's Belot's global economic outlook dimmer than it is for us.
I think Volwiz said
that's
something.
Fed's Belot's and the global economic outlook is dimmer than it is for the United States.
He said something to the tune of, hey, if you want to get really bearish, because like IWM looks really fucking bearish. And you can't say it doesn't. You can't say it's not an indicator that we could throw a piston at any moment in the market, right? But his point, though, still stands, which was, I haven't seen the accumulation of risk-on assets for ER season, but you should see it this week, is what he said. You should see it this week. And you should be looking for it if you're bearish. Because if you don't see the accumulation, you can remain bearish. But if you look at the market breadth as of right now, you can see the accumulation of this market. You can see it in the dome. You can see it in the real money buying of the market. You can see it right here, right where my cursor is. You can see that they're accumulating. Even though price hasn't reflected it yet here, you can see that it's being bought up right here. And you can even see it within the sectors, the sector rotation. As a matter of fact, today they bought utilities. It was at 40 this morning. It's at 60. They're rotating back into. They got HLT, finance. They've got CNS, CND, communications at 88% right now down here. 88%. So when you start to see that stuff, even if you're bearish, you can't just deny that they're not buying this market. So most of this resistance here is other firms, smaller traders that are saying, if we get up to 390 and put throwing some puts on. If we get 385 and put some more puts on, I don't care. I'm going to short up here. I don't care. So you're seeing that right now. You can see it in the DOM. You can see it in the DOM. You can see it in the DOM Perion. You can see it in the order flow. You can see it. You see it all over the market. You can see it in the puts that are being bought. You can see it in the calls that are being bought. So does that mean this squeeze is higher? No. But it does mean that the market's being accumulated. Even down here, this is supportive to an extent. So if we were in a selling environment right now, what you would see would be, if we get a reject, let's say we had a rejection here, it should sell off pretty steeply. But we're not seeing that. Matter of fact, you're seeing the selling today was the selling into today was bought right back up again. Just another opportunity for a bank to buy at a good price. Just another accumulation point. You know, one of these triggers more than likely is gonna be a face ripper. Like a face ripper. Could be like 2-3 days of relentless up. 2 or 3 days of relentless up. I don't know which one it is. Just throw some 0 dates at it. But you can go back this morning. The first half an hour, I did a weekly summation for you. You can go right back to that. You can go right back to this morning. I talked about oil. I talked about gold with an indicator that you should be watching. I talked about, do you want an easy way to trade? Just trade that gold indicator. No brainer. No brainer. You just money printer. Straight money printer. I talked about oil and why I'm bearish on oil. And you can buy the dips on the way down on oil, but why I'm bearish on oil. Talked about the accumulation of the market versus the puts on the market. I talked about the overly bearish sentiment indicator right now saying that we should go up. Yeah, just go watch the video from this morning. It's literally the first hour of this video. Just turn it off, turn off this, go back. It's the first hour of this video. That way we have context of everything we're talking about. I talk about the indicator. I talk about how to use the indicator for you to place a trade on GLD. It's using the gold futures contract, but you can use it easily on longing gold right now. Talked about TLT at some point today. Gold indicator is banging.
According to Ukraine's Minister of Foreign Affairs via Twitter, the unilateral ceasefire cannot and should not be taken seriously with regards to what we heard earlier. He has said that President Zelensky has proposed a clear peace formula in 10 steps. Russia has been ignoring it and instead continuing attacking. They're launching mass missiles and drone strikes throughout the new year. So their current unilateral ceasefire, again, they say can and should not be taken seriously. Hezbollah says we're well aware of lagged housing impact on CPI.
Yeah, it's open interest on TradingView, and then you'll go to gold futures. And gold futures and you can do it. It works well on a daily, an hourly, a weekly. It shows you the best times to enter and exit. Do you want to? It was from Larry Williams went through it on his video from yesterday. It's banging. Let me see if I can find the exact place where he talked about it this morning or last night. Give me a second here. Hold on a second here. So hold on here. Let me here's a link to the source on it. Time-stamped.
Fitzbillard says inflation likely to ease slower than markets expect.
No,
so
it's not his.
Saying inflation
it's not his
likely
indicator.
to ease slower than the markets expect.
It's not his indicator. It's a regular indicator on TradingView, and it only works with certain contracts where the data is available. I think he sells the sweet indicator or the indicator on his
And Fitzbillard still expects the Fed to be higher for longer in order to lower inflation.
Oh, maybe I do have two open. Yeah, no, it's just them. Yeah, there's only one. There's only one open. It's just there. It's just there. Hold on a second here.
Fitzbillard says balance sheet reduction going well so far.
Yeah, it's just their stream is just dog shit. See if I can bring up that indicator. So here, I'll bring up mute Bookmap. So here is the GLD.
So balance sheet runoff likely for another 6 to 12 months before rethinking, according to Fitzbillard.
So see here on the there's no data. It's got a study error on open interest. It's not showing up on gold. And then if I switch to
Fitzbillard says the Fed still has some ways to go on reducing the balance sheet.
Let's see, futures. Right here, gold futures. Was it this gold futures I think I used? Was it gold? Let's see if it's this one. Yeah, right here. So gold futures, that's when I get the data kick on the open interest. This is on the daily chart right here. You can actually see. Let's get tags here. You can see it on a weekly. Get extreme low down here. So screw around with that thing, see what you think of it. And you can watch the video from Larry Williams. It's time-stamped to where he uses a similar. You found it, Andre? Right on. The old Larry Williams gold play. Dude, I fucking love that guy. His video, this last video he made was awesome. I fucking love his videos. Man, I watched Ex Machina again the other day. That shit is crazy. Like the implication that you're just left in a room that you're gonna starve in. You're just gonna die in there. No one's ever coming to get you. And not a thought in the world of that torture. The end of that movie is. I don't know if anyone's seen that. I shouldn't have said that on stream. Kind of giving away a plot point. Yeah, it's saying gold's at a top right now. You want to let gold cool off a little bit. Or I guess they need buyers right now, so I guess you could buy gold right now. I did. I just dropped a bunch of spoilers. That movie was hardcore. I've only watched it twice now, but I need to watch it every year. That movie is ice cold. Yeah, you gotta wipe your brain again on that. Hey Ergo, is your Twitter handle the same on as your name here? I think it is. Ergo, is your Twitter handle? What's your Twitter handle, Ergo? God damn it. Shit, it's a secret. Send me your Twitter handle. Send me a DM right now, and I won't tell anybody. Send me a DM right now, and I promise I won't tell anyone publicly who you are. I'm a simp who keeps buying Spy in the 5 minute. All right, I got my DMs open. Chase is like, looks like some bull flagging for some stupid pump again. I love the saltiness of traders right now.
Just hearing some comments out of the US regarding this Russian ceasefire proposal from State Department spokesman Price, who says the proposal is cynical.
I sent James was sick earlier this week, so I sent him ankle pics. I sent him I collect like ankle pics on the internet in GIFs and stuff. Oh, I thought that was you, Ergo. I'm not going to tell anybody. I thought that was you. Right on, brother. I have to talk to you. I've got your DM now, so I was going to send you a private DM, a serious one, not ankle pics. Ankle pics are a joke if anyone doesn't believe me, but I do collect them and then send them to people when they're upset. I am going to send you something, or I'm going to talk to you, Ergo. Maybe I'll give you a phone call or something. We've talked on Twitter before, you and I. I like your shit on Twitter, man. I follow you on Twitter. Dude, I don't know if you're listening, Chase, but I didn't get to trade yesterday, and I was like, I would have bought that close with like hand over fist money. Would have bought that close yesterday. Hand over fist would have bought that close. Did anyone in the subscriber Q&A ask them to give more live updates? Like if a trigger wasn't met, what happens? That'd be so fucking cool. If Spock Gamma did that, it would be game changer for them. I wish you should have went into that Q&A and been like, listen, I love you guys, but can you at least just come out and say, you know, our view has changed. Timely. That would make them like the company out there, in my view. Yeah, it's still coiling. I agree, James. It was basically asking questions. Yeah, I wish they would. I think that would be their game changer for them. They're doing a better. I noticed that they found that they were looking for someone to work on the handle, right? So I'm under the impression at one point they were looking to hire somebody to have a Twitter presence. So I'm assuming that they have someone behind the scenes. It seems like they tweet more than they used to tweet. But I don't know that I haven't been, I'll be honest with you guys. I have not been on Twitter. I'm working on a bunch of shit in the background, and I have not been on Twitter. Like I get on and post something and then I'm off. I'm not monitoring it all day long. I'm trying to get this shit together for you guys, and it's bigger than I thought it was going to be. So I'm working with people in the background, and it's consuming my life right now. Consuming. It's like literally consuming my life. It was basically asking questions. So you bought Larry Williams' forecast? Yeah, it's bigger than I thought it was going to be. Wait until I show Ergo. He's going to be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I look like the the ass. Remember when what's the comedy from Disney? There's like the comedy from Disney where the guy goes to Mars. Oh yeah, it's called Rocket Man. Which is kind of funny. If I show Ergo in the background what I have going on, it's gonna look like this. It's not just me. I think there's 6 to 8 people right now working on this. Maybe 8 people working on this. There's like a comedy called Rocket Man. It's actually hella funny. That's another. If you guys don't own that movie, get that movie. It's worth a watch every couple of years. If you've had a few drinks or smoked a bowl or something, or if you're with the kids and you want like a kids movie that you can laugh at as an adult, it's almost like Strange Brew to some extent. And I won't give the synopsis away, but there's a moment where he's painting the ceiling. I'm not going to say anything else. That's pretty much what it looks like in the background. Oh yeah, baby, that baby arm. I see that baby arm. You trading shorts. That's what she said. Way too Sigma for Disney, bro. So it's not old school Disney, but it was racy for sure. Yeah, I do everything in house now. All my shit's like I've got like Big Papa's Netflix. I don't have actual Netflix anymore. I got my own Netflix. Yeah, it's called Rocket Man. Dude, you want to talk about a movie that's like lost to time that's worth watching? Rocket. It's like a UHF light. It has like setups in it that are just hilarious. The comedy is hilarious. Rocket Man 1997. Hilarious movie. Don't watch it sober. It's much better if you've had a few drinks. Or like, I don't know, ate an edible or something, or you don't want to be stone cold sober. If you're a Mormon listening into this broadcast, they'll probably find it hilarious. Sober. If you're LDS. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah, it's almost like Airplane, where some people play their roles serious, and then other people play their roles not serious. So it's got some Airplane aspects to it. It's got some I don't know. I don't want to say too much about it because you kind of give away. There's some scenes in it that make the movie funny as hell. The host is taking a short break. I have a meeting tonight. I got a meeting at 5 o'clock, so I'm probably going to cut out of here at some point and leave the broadcast up. I have a meeting tonight, so I've got a...
NYMEX diesel February futures settle at $2.97 a gallon.
I'm going to probably at some point remove myself not remove myself, but this isn't going to get focused on me any longer. We're looking for take the focus off. Look, I'll still be a personality for you every day. But we're going to try to shift gears here into
NYMEX gasoline February futures settle at $2.26 a gallon.
Having someone doing some Elliott wave for you guys in a video format, having someone do like Tesla and GME for you, companies that are looking to move.
NYMEX WTI crude February futures settling at $73.67 a barrel.
Then you're going to get a daily brief every day consistently, a weekly brief consistently. All of the tools you'll get access to, and then we got a bunch of stuff we got rolling out. So yeah, no bourbon tonight. This is a business meeting, not business, but this is a technical business meeting. So no drinking. It's like this is the Captain Jim you don't want to know. This is the Captain Jim that's like, okay, let's get serious. Yeah, no stream. Stream the meeting. I would, to be honest. You know, it's weird. It's kind of like if you were to map out a brain, you need to you have to make sure that we're not forgetting anything. Make sure everybody is on the same page. That kind of stuff. I'm going to take a look at Tesla real quick. Yeah, Tesla's in this trade right now that's no bueno.
NYMEX natural gas February futures settling at $3.72 there. So that's natural gas February futures settling at $3.72.
Yeah, I never got into the NFT hype, nor the crypto hype. I wish I had, though. I remember everyone was selling that shit. Like, even Dogecoin, you knew, like, people on Twitter were like, just buy that shit right now, and it went up fucking stupid. But I think everyone knew it was a scam, right? Everyone knew NFT. Well, NFTs, any guys into art out there? Pre-NFTs? Pre-crypto? Any of you guys know anything about the art world? Any of you guys watching this broadcast? I mean, serious art world. Like, you go to like big art shows, like the art dealer, art gallery scene kind of people. Does anybody actually know anything about the art world? And I don't mean museums. I mean like rich people trying to bury their money in art, in fine art. I use AI too at Rick's Art. Digital art pictures not even posted on the blockchain. It isn't. It's a fake. You have a degree in series art. Learned a bit on billions. Does anybody go to like Art Basel down in Florida? Does anybody go to like Santa Fe or New York, LA, Dubai? Anybody do any art dealing in Dubai? Anybody listening right now? Probably not. There's this large art community. Like they go to horse shows, they go to fucking art shows, all over the country, outside of the country, and then you've got this gallery system, art dealers, and they They have like a stable full of artists. And these artists create great artwork. Then they have to build like value behind this art and the artists themselves. And they show this art all over the world. And then, of course, you're creating value in something that has no value. Well, it has value, but you know what I mean. And it's a place for people to hide money. NFTs are kind of an extension of that. You used to get like these art cards. I forget what they're called. They're almost like trading cards. And so you'd see those for sale or handed out or passed around. So there's some basis in the pre NFTs with that stuff. I was wondering if anybody had any experience with that stuff. Oh yeah, baby. So you always know when a bear comes on to talk that the market's going to go up, right? You always know when someone's espousing bearishness that the market's going straight up. Run by Democrats and bankers in New York. It's really weird. It's not really bad. I hang around with those, or not right now, but I do hang around with those people. A few of those people, and you'd be surprised how many wealthy Republicans are in that group buying. It's a really bizarre group of people, but they have a lot of fun. That's right, baby. Feet picks and spy ramps. This is common folk, not fancy. It's weird too. These the stable of these artists, they'll typically show their work at small local regional art fairs, and these dealers will go to these art fairs around the country, and they'll find a great artist. It's like a nobody, and they'll put him in the stable, and they start to, it's almost like being a musician, I guess. Start to show their work around. They'll print it on license out and print and stir up and see if there's any interest in the art buyer community. Masterworks has securitized art. Is Masterworks the company that does where you buy a percentage in a piece that hopefully gets sold one day in the future? I've got my personal heat in this office is cranking right now. So I got I think it turned itself off. It was like, too hot, buddy. Sorry. So I just turned the heat off. I got a Banksy 1 block away from my house. We got a Banksy sitting on a building, not 1 block, 2 blocks away. I should take a picture in front of it. Yeah. Just remember, we want to get above this trigger here. If we get above this trigger, you will see an explosive move higher into the close here. Explosive. Yes, we are about to hit the hourly trigger, brother. And we have velocity on our sides right now, too. We're getting extreme bullish readings right now on the stock market. Who's in puts out there? Why don't you show yourselves in the stream chat? Are you feeling the pain right now? Chen, you took an overnight call position. I would have been right there with you, man. I would have took that close yesterday. The hourly trigger, all the triggers were we should have blasted off into this open today. It looked really good. I didn't get internet back till at 5:30, and I was pissed off today. I was like, fuck, I would have loaded up. And then this morning, overnight, I was like, probably going up 1% or 2% overnight. Then this morning, I was looking at it. I was like, I'm so pissed that I missed that trade. And then when they sold it this morning, I was like, fuck. And even today into this close, I'm like, we start getting that ramp up here. Can you even trust it? For the last 9 sessions, you can't trust the chasing the hole down, and you can't trust the ramp up into the bell. Go sit in the corner, Winky. You didn't watch the video this morning. You're not allowed in our conversations about gold. You need to have alerts set, Winky, and stay with the class. The only thing about that video was he left some interpretation for a bigger move down. Do you think he left that interpretation in there, Winky, or no? Did you have the? Yeah, we've been pumping gold and TLT around here. Did you feel like Larry left that video open to a bigger move down to the 306? Because I felt like he did. You just look up Larry Williams on YouTube, his most recent video. I felt like the video left open the possibility of 3,000 as a low, or 306 or whatever the fuck it is. He has a kick-ass indicator that does when to buy and sell gold, like on the daily. Yeah, I watched it. I shouldn't say I watched all of it. I watched I think half of it this morning. I was trying to really digest it, so I took my time, went through the video, and then some of his macro stuff was like, there's a couple instances where we go down here. Yeah.
So again, NYMEX WTI crude February futures did settle at $73.67 a barrel, which is up 83 cents or 1.14%.
I have to go back and finish the rest of the video. The thing about that, when he makes those videos, I usually end up watching them like 3 times. I'm like 3 times, and then I'll go back and be like, I forgot the fucking number. He's probably my favorite YouTuber. If there was like anyone on YouTube, he's my number one. I don't think I have a favorite YouTuber other than him. Yeah, in terms of content, he's got one of the best. Even when he's wrong, I don't care. I have the same take on the market that he does. Or at least the law of probabilities from that sense. How probable is it we go here or there? Hey, Chetan, how are you? I saw your DM. I haven't had a chance to I haven't had a chance to respond on DMs yet. I was going to reach out. Oh, wait a minute. Oh my God, I'm going to jerk off right now. Who's ready for a trip higher? Who's ready for a rocket ship? Tell Chase to stop listening to bears and start making some money. We're going to build the rocket ship. We're going to put a top on it. The rocket ship needs fins. So we're going to put fins on the rocket ship. We need to fuel the rocket ship, right? So we need to put some some fuel to it, right? So we'll have a little like we should do a countdown, right? Does it need like the rocket ship needs like something to hold it up? So we'll put like a space deck holding up the rocket ship. Like something that the astronauts go up into. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Oh, there we go. Here comes the fuel, baby. What's going on? Oh, there we go.
So the Pentagon also adding in now, saying there is significant skepticism around the world over Putin's ceasefire offer.
Pamp it. Oh. 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 Careful here. I want you guys to know something, that sometimes these sellers will come down and try to whip this in reverse. So we're very bullish right now, but just be careful. They can swoop in and just smack this shit down. So we've had that happen here. We've had that happen in previous days, but we are above the trigger. So you guys want to see how high it should go? There it is right there. We have to get above this 382.27 too. Okay, keep your minds out of the gutter inside the stream. We're drawing rocket ships. Here we go. Oh. 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 What do these things look like to you guys? Oh. Oh. My wife was asking me for artwork to put on T-shirts and shit, and I was gonna do like one of these setups here, and do like the blood dripping down, and then the rocket ship going up with the really bad crayons, and then try to sell them. Sean. Oh, oh, come on. Someone's in pain right now. I know someone's in pain out there. Someone's in pain. Extreme bullishness right now in the 5-minute. Whoa. Oh. Whoa. Oh, Jesus. 250. Okay, we're coming into power hour right now. You got 7 minutes until power hour. I do want to warn you, if you are in calls here, you need to have like finger on the trigger stops here. I'm going to put it on the 1 minute chart so that you can see here, because this can get very volatile very quick. Okay, so I'm going to move that trigger over for you. This can get violent very fast, okay? I want you to keep your eye on where we are, that big green ball on Bookmap. This is where we open the day right here. Right there is where we open the day. This is the second place that they sold it. We're going to go look at some couple things or something real quick, so you guys can see. I'm going to mute my camera so you can see what I'm looking at here. Fucking A, man. This is your pivot point right here. Very important. This is where the trap buyers are right here. They're back here. Their trap buyers are right here. They're right, so you can see, like, this is the previous low from yesterday. I'm assuming someone bought this close right here. And they're like, oh, please, Lord, just please, Jesus, get me back up so I can un-F myself. I learned my lesson. I just want out. Trapped call buyers above, getting teased right now. And you can see this VWAP coming in. You can see this trigger coming up. You're getting this violent trigger cross right here. I want you guys to see this. See this ramp right here. So we got 4 minutes left. You see where R1 is, 386.42. So Apple's shitting the bed right now. Apple's like, somebody go buy some Apple. Apple needs to stop being such a party pooper. Oh, look at Apple is selling. Come on, Apple. Apple's just getting sold right now. Someone needs to go in and buy some Apple. Man, Apple. Look at Apple. Going back down to retest its lows at 125.32. Come on, Apple. Pull your pants up. Somebody go out there and get Tim Apple and tell him to start buying some of his stock. I know, John. This is killing me, man. John Haggerty, man. I'm like, come on. Got limp dick Apple out there. Are you talking about the 120 price target that we have? I think we have a price target on Apple at 120. Oh, man, Apple just losing its drawers right now. Yeah, we got the gap below at 1 on Apple. We got the gap below at 119.81. We got the other gap down below at 110.87 on Apple. 2 places. We said if it reject whatever, we didn't care what rejection it was, that it would get rejected and go down and close those gaps. I think it was back on October 28th or something. We're talking about that. Apple's hanging on by a thread right now. It's just about gonna get a new low here in just a moment. It's like a C here away from getting a new low. Yeah, I think it just got the note. It didn't get the new low. It's 2 pennies away from the new low. All the robots. These goddamn algorithms. Come on, Papa Apple. You know it's going to want to go down there and tag the new low in the day. Tim Apple gets a call at the office. His phone rings inside of his head. It's like Steve Jobs from the Apple AI. It's good. You can make a South Park episode out of that shit. Tim, you must buy Apple right now. Yeah, we're about to break here. Apple, don't do it, Apple. I'm watching Apple right now. I'm like, come on. I think I might buy some calls for tomorrow on this bell. Oof. They got some juice on tomorrow's calls. Holy shit. Tomorrow's calls are juiced. I think I'm going to buy this close here. I'm going to take a look at, they really got these, they got these calls juiced for tomorrow. There must be something that we don't know.
Chinese embassy spokesman Liu says China has entered a new phase of COVID response.
They're going to buy futures for right now.
Liu says normal productive life can be restored soon.
I'm probably going to buy some zero dates for tomorrow. Some zero date calls. So I've got
Fed's Bullard says prospects of a US soft landing has increased from fall of 2022. He also says real wage gains have fallen short of inflation increase. Strong job market gives Fed great opportunity to fight inflation. The job market can remain resilient in 2023, and the job market is still quite strong. Unclear how much tightening impact Fed gets from balance sheet cuts, and too soon to say when Fed will change balance sheet drawdown. It would be good for Fed to get to the restrictive stance quickly.
Dude, I have to reset this whole entire thing. I don't know what the fuck is going on with this guy's voice.
That's Fed's Bullard speaking with reporters after his speech.
His voice is back to normal. Yeah, I'm about to buy some right now. So 384, 385. I'm looking at 385s right now for tomorrow. $2:51 p.m. Yeah, I haven't had any bullish readings yet. Since 2:53. Tomorrow's Friday, right? What's VIX looking like? For VIX OPEX. Oh, yeah. I'm looking for I'm watching 385Cs right now for tomorrow for the 6th. They're down at 93 cents. They were like 99 cents a little while ago. If they can trim these bad boys down to like 70 cents, 60 cents, I prefer 60 cents. They're at 93 cents right now. So if we can get, I'll stay with you guys until probably, well, until I either execute the trade or 4:15, whatever time comes first. Dude, what is going on with this fucking trading software? This charting software. It's just a matter of waiting now. I feel like I want to start a position right here and then add to it later. Like buy for 93 cents and then like if I buy them at 60 or whatever, just keep adding to the position into the bell. I haven't done it yet, but I'm thinking about it. I want to buy that non-farm payroll. I want to see VIX roll over tomorrow get sold. They're at 91 cents right now. 90 cents. I get 67 cents would be like beautiful. 60 cents, 62 cents, somewhere in there. Sell them cheap, baby. They're at 86 cents right now. I'm just going to put an order in. If I can catch a stink bid, I'll catch a stink bid. It's kind of the place where it's like, positioning is everything. Yeah, we've got non-farm at 8:30. So by 9:30, it's not going to matter what happens. It's before cash opens, so I'm trading this on good non-farms payroll. Got unemployment rate coming out at 8:30 as well. Average hourly
News says
earnings.
that China is trying to improve its vaccines.
The other big one too is ISM Service Index is a big one. We have Bostic on at 11:15. Lisa Cook on at 11:15. We got Tom Barkins at 12:15, and Esther George at 1 p.m. And then next week we've got inflation expectations at 11 on Monday. We've got the 1 year and 5 year, and we've got Bostic out there just making the rounds. He's out there again. Consumer credit at 3 p.m. on Monday. CPI next Thursday. $3:14, still 45 minutes left. I'm just hoping that they can torch. I just want them to torch these calls a little bit. Like now that it's 3:15, I don't want the trade into the end of the day. I want them to torch it down. I can't stand when they do like you buy them here and they come up and then come back down and cut your shit. You should have just bought it 70 cents. I'll take a look at the 5-minute and 15 with you guys. See as we head into the close what this looks like on a higher time frame. It's a shit ton of consolidation here. Talk about a day of sitting around watching the market just do nothing. Five minutes bearish here. You can see the we're below.
Ukraine's Zelensky says Russia wants to use the truce as a cover-up to stop our advances in Donbass and bring in more equipment.
You can see where sellers are able to step back in above here, push on the hourly down. See, they're just slamming this down. They did the same thing above here as well. They love this push below the hourly. On the daily chart, yeah, it's that same noise, right? You can see the daily just swooping over here, just plowing over, trying to get down, right? Trying to push the market down right here. They just don't want to see this up here, do they? This big saving grace for bulls here is the weekly with the 200. Just relentless selling. And not selling by stock buyers. They're buying the market right now. All this is being bought right now. Banks are buying all this right now. It's a pretty big war going on. All you need is one of them to work for 3,000% trade. 385s are now down at 85 cents. They're close. They're almost there. Another 15 cents or so. Maybe 18 cents. Get them at like 67, 70 cents, somewhere in there.
Ukraine's Zelensky says war will end when Russian soldiers leave Ukraine or are thrown out.
Yeah, I think Ukraine would give up the NATO thing. But they're not giving up the land anymore. I think they're over that. Got it. They're at 81 cents right now. Almost there. Just give me like 66 cents, 67 cents, 70 cents, somewhere in there. I'd be happy. Just bleed off. Just theta burn. Just torch them. I just gotta sit here. I'm gonna do some weightlifting here in the background. Sorry, boys. I gotta get the blood pumping here. Come on now, give me that price I want. You're not gonna give it to me, are you? I'm so upset now. Come on now. There we go.
Biden says he expects investments of $3.5 trillion in U.S. manufacturing over the next decade.
Come on, baby, give me 67 cents. Sell me your cheap calls. Just cut them loose. You don't want them, trust me. You got bears whispering in your ear about non-farm payroll. Lose all hope. Sell me your calls. That's holding up down here. These goddamn bulls don't want to give up their calls. Sell me your calls. These fucking bulls aren't selling their shit. Come on. my right arm, my left arm. Well, I gotta get the blood flowing because I got some meetings coming up, so I gotta make sure that like I'm amped up, ready to go. If you ever losing steam at the end of the day, ever had a long day, you just like a couple quick sets on some weights, and you'll be ready to go for another 3 or 4 hours. So you get that blood pumping. Just sell. Jeez, somebody just give me cheap calls. Fats Fibonacci, what's going on, brother? How you doing? Fats Fibonacci, ask him. He's got the he knows what's up on the market. If you guys don't know Fats Fibonacci, you should check the guy out. Find him on Facebook, on Twitter. Just give me cheap effing calls. For the love of. That's actually real moaning. I'm actually doing like I'm doing back here, and I'm doing right here. Trying to. I know it's going to gap up. I know it's gapping up. It's just a matter of getting cheap freaking calls. The timing here is everything. If you're going to buy calls tomorrow, the timing is everything. You could end up buying the wrong price calls. And you won't make as much as you could make. The juice, baby. The juice. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hold on. Come on, baby. Give me the juice. I know we're gapping up tomorrow. Come on down. 75 cents right now. Give me a fill at 67. Give me a fill at 70. You're so close. Give it to me. I know you don't want to pay him at $1. I know you're cheap dealers. I might have to take some of these. It's like watching my eyes bleed right now. Spend the entire day waiting for one trade. Give me that NFP tomorrow. I don't care if you don't put it on the employee chain. I don't know what I'm saying. The employee blockchain. That's not bad. That's pretty bad. It's good. Come back up. It's 3:29 in the afternoon. Let me know in the chat what you guys think is going to happen tomorrow. If you guys think non-farms are going to sell the market. We already know that the market will be weak into non-farm payroll. Does it just open flat? I'll put a question in the chat here.
Early market on close imbalance, 549 million to the buy side.
Yeah, we know it's on the buy side. I'll put the question inside the comments, or I'll put a question to you. Let me see here. I'll ask the question for the end of the day. I don't care what the closing price is today. I care about start a poll. You guys do a really good job of answering questions. I'm pretty impressed with it. Okay, so non-far NFP. We already know there's going to be volatility around the what am I doing here? NFP numbers. And we're not even going to ask you if they're bullish or not. We're not going to ask you if they come in hot or not. We're going to ask you, will they be bullish on cash open? Bullish. Or will they be bearish on cash open? So there you go, bullish, bearish, or we'll do we'll open flat. So I just asked a question. Close. All right, I bought 72 cents on 385 C's for tomorrow. I'm looking. I have an order in for. I've got some orders in for lower for 67, and for 70 cents. So we'll see if those fill. I asked a question in the chat. Do you think that let's say where we are at close today. I don't care where we are at close, but wherever we are at close, whatever the closing price is today at 4 o'clock, not 4:15, like 4 p.m., whatever that closing price is, do you think tomorrow's open of cash market at 9:30 will be higher or lower on non-farm payrolls tomorrow? We have non-farm payrolls tomorrow at 8:30, I believe, tomorrow morning. We've got unemployment rate at 8:30 tomorrow morning. We have average hourly earnings tomorrow at 8:30, and we also have labor force participation rate. Now, I would give you one warning that the labor numbers have been showing that demand is still there. We have some numbers here. We've got the previous of 263, and the expectations tomorrow is 200,000 non-farm payroll. The unemployment rate was 3.7, and the expectation for tomorrow is 3.7, so flat. There's an argument being talked about quiet hiring. I don't know if any of you have heard of quiet hiring. It's where companies are internally asking their employees to do more than their job description. They're trying to word it nicely, but it's not really what it sounds like. So if they can't fill a position, they're asking their employees to pick up extra responsibilities within their company. I've seen that being bandied about or posited around town. Quiet hiring. It's not positive for you if you're an employee. $0.72 calls are now at 83 cents. They're up 10%. Now trading 84 cents. Trading 85 cents. I can't stand when they do this. It's like you get a good price and it comes right back down to the good price by the bell. 336 now. We looked at the call option chain earlier, and it was grossly overpriced for tomorrow. Asking for 0 dates for tomorrow, like, hey, you want to pay a premium? I'm like, you got to be shitting me. $385 I think NFP. It depends on where our pricing is at. Watching where the market's being bought, I think the market is supportive down here. So, if you want to put a stop loss, or if I'm going to put a stop loss, it's going to be somewhere down here. So have some limit stops. Hey, buddy. Hey, handsome. How you doing? I'm like sitting here telling myself that I got stops at 65 cents, but I got orders in for 67 cents. So I'm like, is my stop early at 67 cents? I'm like, I might have to hand do this. So we've got 49 votes right now. I'm going to close up the questionnaire for tomorrow, and we'll get the results. So what are the results here? We've got NFP numbers bullish on cash open. 51% of you said it is bullish. 24% of you said bearish. Open flat 24%. That's higher than I expected. And you guys are right often. You guys nail this shit mostly. Usually I get a larger sample size of people that'll vote. It's a smaller sample size today, but that's pretty convincing. You guys when I do a poll with you guys pretty much get it right. I want to say 75% of the time at least. Whenever I ask questions. So I'm not going to tell you that this one is correct, but you guys pretty much have your question and answers, especially when I think the opposite way and I'm like, God damn, they got it right again. I'm like, these guys are amazing. Like, I have gone against your Q&As. Like, the polls that I've given you guys, I've traded against that, and I've lost.
Early market on close imbalance, 549 million to the buy side.
Also, U.S. House Republicans have nominated Kevin Hern for House Speaker.
Chase, I disagree with you more than you ever know. Like, I disagree with you. The Fed is lying. Fed's lying their asses off. Fed are liars. The Treasury Department's committing QE right now. They're lying to you. It is a full. There's like a full scam going on. They're trying to scare the market with rates. And the crazy part is, the more that they scare the market with rates, that they're committed, quote unquote, the more of a chance that the market has of actually going up, not down. You want to the moment that they say, not the moment, but maybe like the week or the day or the week that they institute or pause or dovishness, you flip bearish like immediately. And the longer that they commit, quote unquote, on QT, on the rate side of things, the more bullish I'm becoming. The longer that they commit to it, the more bullish I'm becoming. The longer they keep up the facade, the scam facade, the more bullish I get. Temporarily. Until they back off, until they say we quit QE, then I get super bearish. Well, shit, you guys know that. What do we got coming? And our next rate hike is 0.25, right? Isn't that our next rate hike? We don't even have big rate hikes in 2023, do we? Am I missing something? Don't we have like we're near a terminal rate? I think we got like 0.25 coming, and then maybe another one halfway through the year or something. But the rate hiking is done. Generally, I mean, it's not nasty. No, I don't think that we do. I think they got one or two. I could be wrong on that. They're close to their terminal rate in 2023. Oh, yeah, baby. Yeah, the more hawkish the Fed gets on interest rates, the more bullish I am. Not permanently. If they got more hawkish in 2023, I would expect the market to trade sideways and up. What I'm waiting for is when they get dovish. The moment they get dovish, man, fucking sell. Yeah, so we're sitting at 433. So we're getting what? Couple more rate hike, couple more 0.25s, I think, and then a 10 or something, 0.10, something like that. Dude, what's going on with my fucking camera? I must have switched it or something. No, I've got the dot plot. So I had the dot plot. Well, the dot plot yesterday that I had said they only have like one or two more for next year, unless the dot plot changed today. That could have been updated again, but let me look at the dot plot. Maybe I wasn't. Maybe I was looking at it yesterday and I didn't know what I was looking at. Maybe.
Early market on close imbalance, 411 million to the buy side.
I was looking at somebody's dot plot yesterday. Yeah, I don't believe the Fed at all. I think they're fucking lying. It was funny, too. I read an article yesterday that I think I had said to you guys on Tuesday. I said, if you guys remember at the end of the day on Tuesday, I said to you, I was like, did you guys actually go back and watch on how pissed off Jerome was at the Fed meeting? And then there was an article yesterday that said that Jerome was super pissed because nobody believes him, i.e. retail traders, the bond market, currency traders. Nobody believes it. Well, the people that shouldn't believe him don't believe him. Now I've got this. I have to because this camera is not meant as a streaming camera. It's meant for like high end photography. And so I've got a little knob on the top. And if I'm up there fucking with it every day, trying to turn it on and off, I'll sometimes switch the buttons to a photography mode instead of a streaming or a video taking mode. Yeah, we need more unemployment. We need Jim Bob to lose his car, his truck, and his wife and his dog, his job. We need that bad. We need like that 50-year-old guy who has everything to lose it so that 18-year-old can go out and take a risk, a gamble on not making the same bad decisions. Oh, and you know the other article I read yesterday? I read the article. So the big thing that we see is my wife and I we're talking to some people in a grocery store about the price of eggs. And so that's been our topic of conversation. You've seen the price of eggs? Have you seen the price of eggs? Have you seen the price of eggs? I mean, at our store, they got like the cage-free, farm-free, no antibiotic. Like the best eggs in the store are the cheapest eggs. And I read an article yesterday that said, "Oh, the price of eggs are up because there's a shortage due to disease that's running rampant, or a virus that's running rampant amongst the chicken population. So I'm like, ooh, what's that? I was like, how many hens have they lost? And they said 1%. I think it was 1%. I was like, you lost 1% of the egg pup or the laying hens, and you've jacked up the price by double. I was like, that sounds like complete bullshit. Can you imagine losing like 1% of your flock and you're like, fuck it, I'm going double? I throw the whites out. Ooh, let me look that up. Hold on a second. Let me look that up. Prison economy spirals as... I'll look that one up right now. Hold on a second. Prison economy spiral.
Market on close imbalance, 521 million to the buy side. Just waiting for the final orders before we call it.
As price of what? Pack of cigarettes.
Market on close imbalance, 521 million to the buy side.
Hold on here. I'm doing it. Oh, dude, I got it up right now. I got it up in the background right now. I'm going to set it up and watch it as soon as the market's closed. Egg futures. Oh, sweet Jesus. I'm going to get a fill here in calls in just a moment. I just got a fill. I'm still holding gallons of orange juice. I had some friends that were legitimately asking if they could take delivery on oil at their house. They were going to take deliveries on oil. Yeah, I got some 67-cent calls. I got some at 6.72, 67, 70. If I have to add more here, if I have to add more into this bell, I will. I ain't buying this bullshit down here. There's a nice little gap down here, too. There's a little gap at the, let's see if we can find the gap. They didn't fill it earlier this morning. There it is, right there. There's a little gap right here that needs filled. Right there's the gap. No, I didn't know about the. I didn't know about the potato. I didn't know about the potato one. The one that I have personal experience with is, I have family that raise animals for consumption. Well, they have a large ranch, and they talk mostly about the demand from Americans and being unable to cessate. I don't know why I can't have the word coming to me, but their big discussion was during the time when remember it was called pink slime. So cattle producers. So my family produces cattle, and they get auctioned off. They get picked up by a train, and then the train takes them to a USDA slaughterhouse. And the only thing that my family says about it is you don't understand the demand that people in the United States have for like the best cuts of beef. And they're like, we can't make hamburger for 65 trillion hamburgers every year. Like, there's just no possible way the hamburger you're eating at. Now they supposedly right now you can't. Pink slime is illegal, but my assumption is that between the fillers and whatever they are, however they can beat that law, they are. And I think that these ranchers are like that. You know that McDonald's hamburger you're getting is, it's not like 100% like prime cuts of beef. It's pure insanity. And there hasn't been any increase in production. It's like it's been the same for a period of time now. Yeah, the population only increases, and we're not increasing our beef production. Yeah, trigger burgers. Have you guys all had horse meat before? Sandwiches. I'm telling you, like, I haven't looked into it, but I think that they outlawed pink slime, but I think that they have like outlawed that version of pink slime. But I'm betting that it's a legal version of pink slime, or from what I hear from my family. You had donkey? Yeah, horse meat's a delicacy in Europe. Horse meat's huge in Europe. Huge. Oh, come on. This fucking market is killing me. So one of you guys, by the time we close this market today, one of you guys is going to post bearish engulfing candle on the close. Oh, you had horse sashimi in Japan? Well, how was it? Was it good? Yeah. One of my favorite animals, donkey. Yeah, horse is good. I'm trying to think of my favorite, like, alternative meat that I've eaten. Probably rabbit. Like, if I had a meat that I would expect more people to eat, it would be rabbit. Rabbit's so delicious. So it's like chicken and pork. It's like the best of both. Has a little bit of flavor. I'm trying to think of all the Your dad hates. I love it. I don't like the I like the leg if it has to be done very well. I love the tenders. The breast meat. There's not a ton of it. It's very like the back strap and all that kind of stuff. I like confit in the legs, and then like a cassoulet with rabbit is banging. Man, now you get me thinking of duck cassoulet. If any of you guys, you know who's got a kick-ass book on that is it's not La Bernardin, like the French Laundry, whatever his cafe he has. He's got a bistro, and he does a duck cassoulet. You know what else I was talking? I was talking to Joe Harper about a meat company called D'Artagnan. Man, like they've got some French sausage that they sell. Oof. Bison, you like bison and venison? Yeah, out west with bison's on every menu out west. I never cared for it. Didn't have enough fat for me. Squirrel, rabbit, and goat. I like goat, but it has to be done well. I've had really bad goat and really good goat. Yeah, they torched that guy that sold the bottom, sold the whole. Okay, so I'm set for tomorrow. The only thing that I'll tell you about tomorrow is this. You'll probably see futures get bought, right? So heading into tomorrow, you're more than likely will see futures, more than likely, unless we have some news or some shit we don't know. You'll more than likely see futures get bought for tomorrow. Hold on here. If we get a bad NFP tomorrow, you can kiss S3 away. You'll most certainly see like 370, 372 tomorrow. I think it would have to be really hot, though, unless they're looking for an excuse maybe to buy for next week. There's a possibility to that. You could see dealers try to torch the market due to Fed minutes, and then you'd see the rip actually on Monday. So there is that possibility this could take place tomorrow. Let's bear that in mind. You got 15 more minutes to trade to keep that into your mind. Sometimes you'll see that, right? You get that beginning of the year. You'll be loading up on your positions, and then the actual move comes the following week. I'm hoping that they can torch some. My thesis here is that VIX is quite high right now, 23. It's not quite high. It'd be better if it was at 26 or 27, but there's no reason to have a high VIX right now either. Until we start getting into earnings season. So I'd like to see the VIX come down. I'd like to see, I'll tell you what I'd like to see tomorrow is like initial pop and then a sell down into the bell. That's what I'd like to see. But I'm long, so I'm a fucking liar at this point. What I don't want to see is this tomorrow, like a pump, and then this bullshit on NFP tomorrow. That pissed me off. So I'll catch up with you guys tomorrow. 9:30 in the morning. I'll see you for tomorrow. And I've been very busy, so I'm trying to get some stuff going for you guys. You guys know what my thoughts are on the market right now. I'm trading the JPM collar. If you don't know, I'm trading an up move on the JPM collar for earnings season, and then the down move going into mid-March against ER reports. I think we're at a 16 right now. We went up. We're at a 16 on shit, I'm tired. All right, whatever. I'll see you guys later. I'm going to grab a fucking bear. I got a meeting at 5 and I got to grab a goddamn bear, and I don't want to grab a bear. But PE ratios are like at 16. Everyone's saying they want PE ratios at 10. I don't know if you get them that low. Maybe. Hopefully you can get a PE ratio of 10 moving into a bloodbath at some point this year. It'd be nice to get a 10 PE ratio. But like we're at 16. We've been down to 14 already this year. So I don't know, man. Oh, right on, John. Yeah, I'm sitting on a bunch of cash too, man. I've got some Tesla stock too. I own some Tesla stock and I own some Tesla calls for the 20th. And I got some zero dates right now. Yeah, check out Williams tonight. You're holding zero dates overnight? Okay, I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Please like and subscribe to these videos. Please like them before you log out here. Hope these videos are helping you. I'll follow up with you guys tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be up with you tonight. Trust me, I'll be awake. I never sleep when I have zero dates.